Santiago. Wagwan youth. They understand you more than you understand yourself, I can tell you that. My show is necessary, I can promise you that. My show is necessary for human culture. It's hard to get someone to have a conversation. They're too scared to have a conversation about what's really going on. And if they're not scared about that, about having a conversation, then they're a paid instigator just to cause chaos. But you don't understand the science. You understand? I don't care about the views. We good. We good. We don't care about the views. We're not worried about them things there. You understand? Good morning. Good morning. That's what I like to see. People coming over instigating early. That's what I'm talking about. Not me, baby. Huh? He said, what's up, bro? Just checking on you. Hope you doing recovering from those back shots. Easy with the crazy talk. The first thing I coming in the morning. Shout out to the whole Poker Face Society. Santiago is here early in the building. Shout out to everybody on the replay gang. Beyond You TV on Roku. You can download it on all mobile devices, Android, iOS. We are cooking in the United States right now. We are cooking. But Brazil has always supported us, but shout out to Brazil. Shout out to Haiti, Ethiopia, Honduras, Bahamas. Shout out to everybody on the check-in on Beyond You TV. See, just so y'all see what's going on. This is Beyond You TV. If you have a smart TV, then you probably already know. You like, yo, I be seeing that. I be watching that channel. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. I know you see what's going on over here. You understand? So we got a lot of documentaries over there that you can't even watch anywhere else because they're pretty much censored. And this is why I say it's like one political party, because the same way the Biden administration was actively paying people, paying companies to censor. I mean, that data's already out, right? The data's out there. Elon Musk allegedly exposed that. We still trying to figure out what was his angle on doing that. However, it came out like, yo, the government is paying these tech companies millions of dollars not to let your thoughts be processed, not to let your thoughts be heard. Thoughts is energy, though. You understand? That's energy. That is what makes you, gives you the potential to be a god on earth. That is it. I don't believe in your God. Let me start there before you even fucking start this. Yeah, we start like that. That's the energy I want this morning. You understand? That's the energy I want this morning. Sidebar. If you're going to talk shit about somebody on the fucking airwaves, say their name. Don't get up here and say vague shit. This is a sidebar. Sorry, everybody. Yo, is this shit hot? This mic is hot? Yo, if you're going to talk shit about somebody and be like, yo, niggas, and say, yo, check this out. Say their name. Say their name. And then we can all get this shit cracking. You dig? Unsidebar. Fuck all that dumb shit. Check this out. Thoughts is energy. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The ability to cognitively be able to design something in your just in your consciousness, to be able to design it in your consciousness and then bring it to this realm, this 3D realm, and say, yo, this is what I thought of. Boom, boom, and then create that. Do you understand? This is why the beings in this here book was so nervous. You don't think they were nervous? Let's go to Genesis. Let's start this just like this. Let's go to Genesis 11. Huh? They was nervous as shit. Nervous. Like Purvis. Take these bad boys off. I don't know where my reading glasses are at. And it says, and they said, that's me and you, go to, let us build us a city in a tower. Why do we say that? We said that because we thought that. We thought if we built a tower high enough, then it would reach a portal that would also take us to On. Where was On? On was from where the Anu were from. The Anunnaki. The children of Anu. That's where they wanted to go. They wanted to go to what they perceived to be the heaven. They wanted to go there. But it's, before you call me crazy, it's in a book. It's in the book already. In a book where you think that somebody got swallowed by a whale for 3 days and then came back. Easy on the judgment. Easy on the judgment, because it was also in this book, there's 3 Hebrew boys who was put in a pizza oven. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Easy. Before you like, yo, that sounds crazy. The whole book sounds crazy. Shut up. Good. Now, we as a people said, let us build us a tower whose top may reach unto where? The heavens. Right? And they said, let us make us a name. Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Lest we be scattered abroad. What is the danger in being scattered abroad? Well, when you're scattered abroad, you are thin. You are thin. You can't work as a unit. You are thin. They don't want you talking to each other. Do you understand this? They don't want you mobilizing with each other. But we'll get into the science of it today. There's something called an FFT algorithm. We'll get into the science of it today. That breaks down bits of information into smaller bits of information to be analyzed and be utilized that way. You as human beings are nothing more than a technological project. It's the same science that we use on everything else they're using on human beings. But your cognitive dissonance won't allow you to see. But understand, Plato already explained this to me in the allegory of the cave thousands of years ago when he wrote that. He explained, no, Jamel. They're gonna think, they're gonna swear that the shadows on the wall are the puppets. The shadows are coming from the fire. The shadows are coming from the light. But this is its abstract result of reality. It's not reality. Let us keep going, because we just getting started. It's something I want you to see, but I need you to understand that our power came in as a whole, not just black people, not just Arctic, Nordic, Atlantean, white people. No, all of us. You don't know your history. You didn't even know there was a place called Tartaria on the map until the age of Aquarius really came in Luckily, it came in at this time to usher in the new information. You understand? Otherwise, they would have just kept that hidden. This is what they do. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is not the first time they would just take history, rewrite it. This is not the first time they would take history, throw it out the window. They don't throw it out the window because you're black. They don't throw it out the... They do it to the whole humanity. To the entire humanity. Everybody is about to get this work. All of y'all about to get this work. Now, some of y'all going to benefit because we're going to need some people to be up here to separate and be different from the people down here. Now, let's flip a coin. Who's it going to be? Up, it looks like you black people are going to be down there, and then you white people, not that we love you, we're going to keep you right here, right? Just so there's a dissension between y'all two. We don't need y'all working together. You understand? We don't need you to understand the original origins of how you was designed. You was designed down here for this planet. You and your people came from a different star constellation altogether. But either way, everybody's down here on Earth now, and we don't need you knowing none of that bullshit, and you get thoughts in your head of returning somewhere and all of this other jazz because it's been done before. That's why we're doing it like this, because it's been done before, and we don't need you trying to build a tower to the heavens or none of that stupid shit. You're gonna stay down here. And you're gonna work. You're gonna work. And you're gonna work. Now the question is, work for who? Oh, okay, now you're asking some smart fucking questions. Never mind black against white and gays against fuzzies and all the silly shit. That's an FFT algorithm. Huh? We'll get to it. And let's see here. Let me go back here. And they said, go to let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach into the heaven, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city. Okay, I don't know what he was doing, what held him up, what occupied him. He's supposed to be omniscient, all-knowing, omnipresent. But apparently you were not omnipresent if you allowed them to build this tower damn near to completion. Well, why would you say it's damn near to completion, Jamel? There's no record of that. You're lying on the Most High God. First of all, he's not the fucking Most High God. Whoever they're talking about in this book is not the fucking Most High God. This book, if you're reading this book by King James, you don't know shit about shit. Let me tell you that. Let me start your day off about that. Well, why would you say that? You have a demonic spirit in you. You have an ignorant spirit in you. You don't know shit and you're proud not to know shit. You don't know how to speak Hebrew, stupid. Huh? You don't know how to speak fucking Greek, let alone read it. Did you take the time to go back once you figured out, hey, the Hebrew version of this was translated into Greek and then into Latin? Did you take the time to go back to translate these words yourself? Of course you didn't, asshole. Because if you did, then you would have known there was somebody that was considered the Most High. And it wasn't Yahweh. His name was El Elyon. His name was El Elyon. All right, let me just start there. Right? So, whoever this character is, that's not fucking all-knowing. Otherwise, he would have knew that shit. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower. Oh, thank you. Finally. We've been building this shit. First of all, how long does it take to build a fucking city and a tower? Where the fuck were you, my man? Dicking off somewhere? Of course you were. Clearly. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. Ah, that's me and you. Huh? That's me and you. That is the capability that we have down here when we work together. I just want to remind you that. We do phenomenal shit when we work together, not when they allow us to work together, because at any given time there's more than us than them. You just have to learn not to fall for their mental tricks every time. Oh, it's going to feel good for the moment. That's momentary. But if we want true freedom, and no revolution is obtained without any bloodshed, right? I never understood in the movies why you know they would kill you and they tell you to dig your own grave. And then you dig the grave hoping that they might get sympathy at the very end of like, nah, man, I wasn't going to really fucking, I was, but now that I see how cooperative you are, now I'm not going to put you in the grave, bro. I mean, shit, that was a lot of work. I'm proud of you. My brother-in-law owns a mill. He can use a good guy like you. That's what the fuck you thought was going to happen, stupid. What the fuck y'all think is going on here? They got you distracted every day. They got YouTubers out here just putting out bullshit every day. Just bullshit content. And they say, yeah, keep on doing that. I'm going to give you these trinkets. I'm going to give you a few dollars. Give you like a bitch. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to give you a few dollars, my man. You over there doing that work, huh? Yeah, keep spreading that ignorant shit, my man. Yeah, here's a few pennies and all that. Don't spend it all in one place, bitch. Every fucking race is out here just putting out ignorant shit, nonsensical, fucking dumbass content. But nobody dare gonna put out something that's gonna be real for the people. Why? Because they're gonna say, nah, they ain't gonna push that video right there, bro. You get banned for shit like that. That's how you get shadow banned, man. If you ain't in it for the money, then what you in it for? You sound like a hoe ass nigga. I ain't fucking with you. Shut the fuck up, hoe ass nigga. You know what I mean? If you ain't in it for the money, I can name other things I'm fucking in it for. How about your ancestors, bitch? How about your ancestors, bitch? I ain't just talking about black people. I'm talking about all our fucking ancestors. You understand? Because I knew hard-working black men, and I knew hard-working fucking white men. I knew hard-working Mexican, Indian. I actually didn't know no Native American Indians, but some of my family are part Native American. Part. A little bit. Thing is that these people who built this here America, they were built different. America was a dangerous fucking place. And it still is, but it was way more dangerous. There wasn't a city everywhere, and there wasn't cops everywhere. There was territory everywhere, but you had to, if you was trying to get from here to there, whew, good luck. You know how much you got to get through between here and there? You got to deal with wild fucking animals, number one. Then you got to deal with the human animals, number two. You understand? You don't know what's going on. It is unruly, uncivilized. Unruly and uncivilized. They would put in a genocide on the Native American. And no black people, no, I don't give a fuck how many books you read and all of this silly shit. You were not the majority population here on the North America. But you go ahead and tell yourself whatever you need to try to get reparations from this corporation. Unless you wait. I can't wait to see if they're going to give you no reparations. They're never giving you reparations. So you could keep on with that silly shit if you want. Yo, we want reparations. Go ahead. You go ahead and wait, stupid. You go ahead and wait. Or what you could do is when you see they ain't going to change, you fucking change to make the change. There got to be a change somewhere. They ain't changing. You change to make the change. These people were different. If you ain't in for the money, what you doing it for? Yo, go watch The Running Man on Beyond You TV. If you don't know how to get Beyond You TV, you got one of these stupid ass contraptions. You got one of these, Android or iPhone. Easy. You just go to wherever you go and get your apps and you type in Beyond You TV. Huh? Yeah. And then what's going to happen is you're going to see some shit come up, right? And you're going to go right here, Running Man, right there. Boom. You welcome, stupid. You welcome. Now, that's where they got us. They got us right there. Everybody, well, you want to be the next YouTuber? You want to be rich? From doing nothing but talking? It sounds like a cool ass job. I do that shit. And if you ain't in for the money, that's where you fucked up right there. As soon as you say if you ain't in it for the money, because you're gonna be in it for the money, and you can't just talk about what you're gonna talk. What you need to talk about if you're in it for the money. You understand? If you're in it for the money, I love doing this shit. You know why? I was doing this shit before YouTube was even invented. You understand? I had a public access show since fucking 17. I was still in high school. I've been doing public access, talking in front of the mic since 16, 17. I've been interviewing fucking famous people since 17 years old. 17, 18. I interviewed Nori before Nori interviewed any fucking body on the Drink Champs anywhere. I interviewed Noriega from Drink Champs. I was in high school. Biggie Smalls, Shaquille O'Neal, Fool Schnickens. I interviewed all these fucking people in high school. So I'm very comfortable in doing what I do. It comes down to what are you doing it for? And if I have the power of this microphone to have a real conversations rather than rhetoric, recycled mental trash, right? This is brain rot. That's all they're giving you. They're giving you brain rot every day. Not just from, I look at all the demographics. I study all the demographics. So just so that you know, I got my bachelor's in sociology. Just so that you know. So that's where the social studies comes in. My bachelor's. Now my master's degree is in information systems and computer science. So that's where that technical understanding comes into place. Vectors, databases, algorithms, da. But at the time, I didn't know why I was really doing either one, to be honest with you. But the combination of this information helps me to truly see what they're doing when it comes to behavioral engineering, when it comes to censoring people. The question is, why are they doing it? Well, thank God they announced their plans ahead of time. So when someone like Klaus Schwab speaks, I was one of the first people to read the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I read that book before Russell Brand ever said the name in Fourth Industrial Revolution on his show. I didn't hear nobody actually say it on their show. But they announced what was going on. He announced what was going on. I put a couple of things together. I see that he's working, the WEF is working with the United Nations. I said, okay, then it has to be a project going on for some type of agenda, not a conspiratorial agenda, but an actual agenda to get something accomplished. And it turns out I was correct. It's called the 2030 Agenda. Okay, let me figure out what this is all about. Okay, this is an actual partnership between these two. And if you follow that, then you know where we're going. Now, how do you get people to comply is what today's show is about. How do you get all of these people to comply with so we're not interrupted with the 2030 agenda? We need for these people to not interrupt what we got going on. Now, how do we do that? Well, thank God for them. They have thousands of think tanks, which these think tanks earn in the billions annually. We're going to watch some videos today. Before we do, I want to go back to my original thought of mankind trying to build a higher consciousness, trying to build a tower to the heavens, which happens to be called An, where angels may be from. I don't know. Angels. A-N. Yeah. A-N. You got to study. A lot of the information, the pieces to put these things back together is right there. But if you don't know that if you don't believe that they hid information from you, that you need to start there. Then, once you realize they did hide information, old information, history, this, that, and the third, go figure out what that information is. We the people from that story in Genesis, the Tower of Babel, were clearly a dangerous species and a capable species when we were together. What I find interesting in that story is that the God in that story appears to panic. And all the clues are there. When your heads of a religion want to tell you, when you question them, and they want to tell you some stupid shit. Look at this. It says, he panicked, the God, and it says, after he came down to see the city and the tower that the men building, he said, and the Lord said, behold, the people is one. Ooh. Why is this a big deal? Why is this a big deal? Why are you, this is the second time you brung this up, but on the opposite spectrum. The first time you said, they mentioned the people being scattered about. This time, it says the Lord said they are one. They're not scattered about. So here I find two things. One, the people knew our power is into staying together. That is where our power is. And the superior beings knew now that they know that. Because the first thing he says when he comes down, oh shit, the people is one. That's what he says, literally. Behold, the people is one, and they all have one language. Whew, that means their communication is on point. And this they begin to do. And now, here's the amazing part. Listen to me. Listen to me. Right? This is why it's important for them to keep on breaking down our humanity into silos, right? After a while, once the whole black against white thing fades off, we're going to break you down even to further. Now we're going to bring you down into faggots and faggot haters. Huh? These are genius fucking folk. Meanwhile, they don't care about either side. They don't give a shit. But this is what they do. They say, well, they're mistreating you, homosexual. What's going on with that? I don't know, man. All right, they shouldn't be doing that shit. That shit is crazy. Hey, let me put some money into your campaign. You see what you got going on. Get you some brand and all that. I got a designer. Put some rainbows on your shit. We got the fleet of five fucking designs. Get you a good brand. Rainbow stood for something else totally. That coincidentally had to do with God. Allegedly in this story. Yeah. About a covenant between God and people. Oh, well, let's break that. You understand? We're going to give that rainbow to you, sodomite. Right? Knowing that the tradition for the core family could not coexist with this type of open culture. So homosexuals have probably been here for a very, very, very long time. But for people to be naturally born, this could not have been the dominant practice. You understand? So it is a deviance. It is not congruent with nature. That Messiah. It is not congruent with nature. It's not about anybody hating on you or whatever you think it is, but this here fake ass God is going to make it into that. Right? Why? Because I just don't want to see y'all fucking working together. But now that I know that you go home after you put down the shovel and you over here playing with the pipe, and then they go home to the family, then okay, I'm going to use this, right? So now we got a couple varieties of ways to keep y'all away from each other. It's genius. Take the Nordic man, elevate him here. You understand? You got to understand, Europeans have fell into a fucking different dimension of just, they gave up. They gave up. They gave up. You talk about Neanderthals. Fucking gave up. Who a group of people originating from not the Nubians, right? Because yeah, we're going to talk about the Moors, but these Moors were not, Nubians were not in the first origination of the Moors, right? So Nubian and in the lineage of Nubians need to understand history. A lot of people groupthink is what we talk about today, right? But I'm taking a long way home. That means I'm gonna have a conversation about this for hours, so you could just sit there and chill out, or you could go somewhere else and listen to some fuck nigga shit. Either way, I don't care. Understand that? I don't care. You could turn me right the fuck off. I don't care, bro. A lot of black people running around talking about we was the Moors. We was the Moors. You did not originate the fucking Moors. We the Moors. You saying some shit that you didn't fully study, and then when you did study it, I guarantee you stopped because you realized, yo, I done designed my whole character on this Moorish shit. Come to find out, I'm really Nubian. I was somebody before this whole Moorish movement. Let's keep it 1,000. My people was somebody before this whole Moorish movement, but the history of my people was hidden away. They was calling you Ethiopian way before they was calling you a fucking Moor. yo, you don't know what you're talking about. More means black. I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, and it didn't mean black in the sense of that. It did mean black. It did mean black in Greeks. And Greek. However, it was more of a terminology for the color black and not to address national ID. Obviously, black is not a national ID. Or even your phenotype of being what color you are. That came later with Rome addressing people in these ancient terms. But when it came to addressing people of a different melanation, then they would say Ethiopian. Now, these same Moors, eventually, there were Nubians that were joined in with the Moors. Maybe phase 3. However, it does not negate the fact that the people in Europe was fucking up the church's money. And I say that as a colloquialism, right? If you was from the ghetto, then you understand. It just means fucking up. It doesn't mean a actual church. Huh? You're fucking up the church's money, bro. You're fucking up. You're over here with disease. You're living in filth. You're giving up. You're giving up. They gave up in Europe. It's just like they gave up. Who came to their rescue? The Moors. The Moors came to their rescue. Put them back on their feet. I laugh, but I'm laughing to myself because we definitely, these Moors put them back on their feet. And then they turned around and they shit on all the black people worldwide. 1800s, you had a plethora of people out here writing all type of dissertations about white supremacy. They reclassed the humanoids down here. Before Johann Blumenbach had wrote his dissertation, they was classifying the humans basically on the skull shape, which is still kind of primitive to me, being that you don't have the capability yet. I mean, it is kind of obnoxious to think that you ran across so many fucking skulls that you were gonna now classify humanity, and then the truth wasn't even told about that, right? Because if you was truly doing that in truth, then you would have talked about the people with the elongated skulls. And you would not have made it seem like all of these people were artificially making their skulls elongated. No. Some were, but there was some that it was proven these people did not elongate their skulls themselves. This wasn't a practice. This was something that this is just how these people here are designed. Now, where are those people in your classifications? Well, you don't want to speak about these people, which means you're holding back information from letting these people know about the different type of humanoid species down here on this planet. Why? Because then this would go against the religions that have so much power right now. And that's a lot of money and power out the window and control. We got their mindset right now. Like, why do we give that up? I don't know if they can handle that, and we can't handle that in civilization right now. and still control things. We got them right where we want. It took thousands of years just to get them right here. They're scared to death of going to some place called hell. Scared to death. Out here making all type of confessions to other fucking silly ass men playing with boys in perverted ways. This is the shit we believe, that you could put on a fucking collar and a clean black suit and go talk to a white man hiding behind a fucking cage. Yes, my son. Yeah, I was out here doing this, that, and the third. He gonna tell you how to resolve your sorrows and then go right back to fucking playing with cock and balls with his peers and tormenting some child. And so all he got to do is they just write a check and say sorry. Sorry for fucking up your son's life. That seem fair to you? Or you don't want to talk about that? You just, but let's get back to fuck you. Get off my show. Let's get back to what? Stupid. That's the problem right there. Let's just get back. No. Address what the fuck I just said. These men in power was playing with children, man. Now, you still believe in this institution? Well, we're all human. So what the fuck I got to tell him my confessions for? Dumb. Shut up. Hit the fucking like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're going to stay. Shit is a joke down here. Shit is a joke down here on Earth right now. We are not alone. Maybe we've gotten too cocky. Maybe we feel that because we're smarter than animals, or some animals on this planet, then we truly are the creme of la creme when it comes to this universe. I find it hard to believe because to this day, we are still marveled about some ancient ass places on this earth, one being the pyramids in Egypt, right? To this day, they're still doing shows on. I don't know how they did. See, they must have had, because they didn't have cranes, right? So they had to have. You marveled, are you? Huh. You don't know shit about shit. What about those other lines? I forgot the name of the lines that you can only see them from up high, right? That's crazy. You can only see them from up high. And when you get high in the sky enough, then you see these giant lines that make these creatures. One being a monkey. One being a spider. But these lines were not giant lines, right? In some of the most toughest terrains. It's like, wow. So there's a bunch of things that we cannot explain down here. But they want to hold us back. Right now, I would say we're definitely held back. We're behind 150 years. What do I mean by that when I say we're behind 150 years? What I mean by that is that there were inventions that came out that if the human mind was not stifled, we were not blocked by other people that wanted to keep us stagnated, those inventions would have an effect, and we would have been just off the pure Fibonacci numbers. Who knows where we would have been right now, right? there was wireless. Nikolai Tesla was using wireless boats in the 1800s. Right? We're talking, I remember when everyone went crazy this century about the electric car, not realizing the first cars were electric. Then how'd they get to be run on gas? Because it goes back to what I told you the first time. And we'll get into the science of everything. Let me just get all of this out. Just give me 10 more minutes and then we're going to get real scientific. I promise. Because I do have intellectuals here that they like to hear the science, the knowledge. They don't want my ramblings. And then I have some people that they don't mind my ramblings. So we'll do a show for everyone today. But I will get to the science in a second. So not only will I be going over the science today, but we will be talking about some fringe. I don't really rock well with mainstream. I know the danger. Mainstream scholarship, it means nothing to me, right? Peer reviewed, these things used to mean something to me because I come from a collegiate environment. They used to mean something. So just before you thinking, oh, that's because you haven't been to an institution. Stupid. I probably got more degrees than you, idiot. Fuck you mean I don't understand? Huh? You see me up here with the baseball hat. I'm up here talking all of this ghetto colloquialisms in a certain vernacular. But don't think I can't switch it up for you on you stupid and walk into a boardroom and do a whole presentation in a totally different dialect and vernacular. I can. I'm amphibious. So I understand that when I wrote my papers, I had to get sources that were peer reviewed, from scholarly journals. Then I realized these institutions can be persuaded through money. It's called philanthropy. It's called endowments. They can be persuaded to have certain arguments, to write things that are biased. So I don't mind being fringe. Right? I know how to rightfully divide. If I read something that is mainstream, but it is making logical, rational sense, right? I could try it out myself. If it's just a hypothesis, it's just a hypothesis. I don't have a problem with any hypothesis. I have problems with hypothesis being treated as the gold standard when, in fact, these things have not been proven. And then everyone's just going along with it as if this is truth over lies, and they're not. That's my problem. I don't have a problem with not one hypothesis on this earth. Go ahead, hypothesize. What the fuck? In theory, nigga, in theory, peanut butter goes great with mustard on two slices of bread. Let's hypothesize about it, huh? How granular can you get with this dumbass conversation? Go for it, nigga. I'll be back. I want to hear your best hypothesis. But giving someone the power and saying, no. See, this is where we're at. And then other people jumping on that and say, well, such and such wrote that. These are hypotheses, man. What are you talking about? Shout out to everybody here this morning. Don't think I'm not reading your comments and to be rude. I'm not reading anyone's comment not to be rude. I might get to all your comments. However, when I do a show like this, I won't be baited into a different conversation in the middle of my shtick. You understand? So it turns the show into something else. Some people come over and they just try to bait you into changing the conversation. Low hanging fruit people. I'm here on a mission today. So we're going to talk. Let me back up a few seconds. The whole reason for me even mentioning extraterrestrials is because I don't play this guy a lot. I don't think I ever play him. I just read one of his books the other day. So I never play this guy. But I've been reading this guy for over 20 years. I've been reading this guy's work for over 20 years. His name is David Icke. I used to call him David Icky. I didn't know how to say his name. You understand? I'm going to keep it real with you. I stopped reading David Icke when he started talking about reptilians. Oh, I didn't want to hear nothing about that crazy shit. I was skipping chapters based off that alone. It was my cognitive dissonance. Don't worry about it. So I know fully what a lot of people are going through because I had went through it myself. Any of your cognitive dissonances, I probably went through myself, including religions. I didn't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear about no fucking reptilians. Everything else you're saying makes sense, David. But when you talk about these reptilians, bro, that shit is far out. I don't got time for that. You understand? I'm in college. I got to focus on the mainstream, collegiate knowledge base. Got time for your funny ass reptilian stories. And then I probably did some research onto the history of snake people throughout multiple of cultures. That might, if I'm going to say, because my tone did change, but if I have to pinpoint, why did it change all of a sudden? Now you do believe you are like a forefront for reptilian people. Well, because I realized I had rejected what he was presenting based off the absurdity that it made with my logic and reason, right? I had never heard about some reptilian people. So my cognitive abilities are, there's no information in my cognitive storage that tells me this should make sense. None. I have years of indoctrinated information, zeros and ones, and none of them, when computated, amount to reptilians existing in real life. So, Jamel, suppose the chunk of information that you're speaking about that is missing from your cognition base was completely obliterated and taken away and hidden somewhere so that you could never checksum to that. I'm speaking in code right now, literally. When I say checksum, when I say checksum, that means I hand you something. I hand you 4. You accept the 4, and then you tell me, you send a message back and say, I got 4. This is what happens in bits and communication through the network. It's called a checksum. I send you a message. Did you get the whole message? I don't know how many you send me. You tell me. I sent it to you. You sent me 4. Well, that's what I sent you. Then all the information is there. Then find it, nigga. What we talking about? Chill. Everybody chill. Fuck is y'all getting all excited for? Chill. However, if they take out all information Because this planet has been here for billions of years. It don't seem odd that they only want to go back maybe 4,000 years at best. At best, they may go back 6, even 10,000. We still talk about thousands. I just said the planet been here for billions of years, right? At best, mainstream is going to go back. Let's take mainstream history. 12,000 years. If you lucky. So it just makes it seem like after all these years of this planet being here, billions of years, just 12,000 years ago, we decided it was just we finally came to a point of civilization. I don't know. That don't sound correct. I can tell you that right now. Even with the little bit of years that you gave me, I say, okay, well, you told me that King Hammurabi not only created a system of codes, but irrigation. So why were the Europeans dying in their own fucking filth? If King Hammurabi... Well, first of all, let's keep it real. You didn't teach me shit about King Hammurabi. That's number one. Why didn't you teach me shit about King Hammurabi? And I had to go find out through some other sources? Because that would have kind of led me to studying Sumerians, the Assyrians, the Akkadians, obviously the Babylonians. And then when I did that, the stories that the so-called Hebrews were telling, I would have figured out, like, wait a minute, these stories. Fuck is going on here? Right? So it's not like you wanted to teach me about King. But anyway, I found out that King Hammurabi had fucking irrigation way back then. So I don't know why the Europeans was dying of fleas and all this type of crazy jazz. Then they presented all of this. They got to a certain point where they just thought they was illuminated out there in Europe, didn't they? They creating all this illumination from old information, right? These are the chosen ones. All of a sudden, you want the knowledge and you don't want to give the knowledge to nobody else. You want to be illuminated with enlightenment, but you don't want everybody to have it. The nerve of you, bastard. The nerve of fucking you. Do you understand you was going to die in your own filth because you didn't understand how to get rid of fucking fleas? Which tells me somehow we regress to the point where people stop learning simple shit. People stop learning complicated shit. You understand? You see how Iraq looks now? Well, don't worry, we're going to get into it. I'm just going off the dome right now. You understand? Whenever I'm on a roll like this, don't stop me. Just let me go. Just let me go. You see how Iraq look right now? Iraq look desolate, this, that, and the thing. Iraq, that wasn't Iraq. Iraq was thriving with fucking greenery, bro. Ancient Iraq was thriving with greenery. Totally, it looks like the grapes of wrath. I'm talking about even when Saddam was here. Shit was just a dust bowl. How, my boy? When did this happen? Why did this happen? Why? What took place on this earth that a regression to this point? Who decides that names on maps will just be changed? And when did they decide these things? When was Tartaria taking off the fucking map? And why? You have to understand history. You have to accept the realities that took place. You cannot live in your own world and say, I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Well, then you a jackass, because they will surely eliminate your stupid ass. That's who they want you to be. They want you to be the jackass to say, I'm not going to believe that. They don't care if you believe it or don't. They said what they said. They're going through with their plan. They're going through with their plan. So there is a great reset, apparently. My logic and my reason. I don't need to know what year the great resets take place yet. But my logic and reasoning already have led me to a place where I see there has to be a great reset based off of this fragmented civilizations during time periods where we were up high, we were building towers, then we're back low. We could barely get a town going. It's like we go to these heights and then we come back down to very primitive beings. And then we go to these heights, right? If you look at the architecture, and it's hard to see anything in the 1700s like that, but just look at what little images we have from the 1800s. And they have all these different buildings and well-designed stuff, Jack. And you say, who the fuck built that? So you guys have a picture of that, but you don't have a picture of them building this. There's not a lot of conversation about them building this. Nobody documented that. This shit was just here. It's not a big deal to you that this architecture looks complicated? How? Horse and buggy? And none of this was documented? Okay. Fine. All of that was a primer for David Icke, because David Icke is somebody who believes obviously in reptilians. Now, my show today is not about reptilians. However, I'm going to give a lot of the mic and the airtime to David Icke. I do have shows that's dedicated to the reptilians, but today's show is not that show. I just didn't want you to throw out everything he says or everything you hear because your cognition levels are not familiar with the terms or the understanding or the history of what you think you know. You know what they wrote, right? This is why I don't argue with theologians. Because theologians, including my mom knows the Bible way better than me. She's my mom, right? So you're like, oh, you know the Bible pretty well. Well, my mother knows this shit way better than me, Jack. And one of the things she likes to do is fucking embarrass the shit out of you if you think you about to outdo her with what's going on in this book. However, the only time I become competitive, my mom is very competitive. She gets that from her siblings. They are some competitive fucking people, right? Don't walk in our house and they ask you, do you know how to play spades? The answer is no. I'm telling you right now, right? The answer is fucking no. Just say no. People have been asking me if I play spades for years. My uncle taught me how to play spades when I was young, and I quickly realized after the first game, I don't ever want to fucking play this game. This game causes division. So anytime I go over any black people's house and oh, we got another one, we got into, yo, you play spades? Nope. Ah, fuck. Right. You're not going to get me out here at the end of the night in a whole fucking fisticuffs over fucking spades. So they're very competitive people. What I learned to do with my mom when it comes to arguing the Bible is not to argue. So I said, how do I win? Well, today, me and my mom, we don't talk about this book. Because if I want to, I will chop your knees off way before you open up one goddamn page. Chop your whole fucking knees off. Bow! Fuck this book. You understand? Snatch your shit right out. When I start giving you real history about the people. And that's all I really need. Don't worry, I don't do that. I don't attack anyone. I'm not juvenile. I'm not immature. So I don't run around just snatching people's hopes and what gives them life. This book gives people life. And if I see people, good folk, using this in a way to spread good energy and stuff like that, I usually leave these people alone. Right? I talk what I talk on my show, but it's my show, damn it. Right? But I'm not going to go out here in the street, stop somebody from preaching a good word to make someone, if they're using it as a catalyst to inspire someone to act civilized, oh, hell no. Give these people the good damn book. Give them the book. Take the book, because there's a lot in here. But there's a lot of what people don't know because they don't study. They don't study. Now, that being said, now we will talk about David Icke. We'll go into David Icke, and we're going to discuss two things. One will be sympathetic resonance. Sympathetic resonance, aka sympathetic frequency, sympathetic resonance. However, this usually has to deal in the realm of physics. So what I will also combine this conversation with is groupthink, which is more of a philosophy and a social engineering tool. The term itself has been recognized and labeled groupthink, but it actually, this groupthink, the idea of groupthink, to me, is apparently real. But it's the same thing as, to me, as sympathetic resonance. It is when things fall in line, right? The closer you get to this, it fall in line. So if it's an angry mob and you have no idea what they're angry about, and you just walk up, and then all of a sudden you finding out, oh, they did this. Now all of a sudden you're involved in this shit and you're just as upset. Do you know the details of what's going on? I've heard enough. I don't need to know no more. There you go. Well, right? Oh, fuck that. Nah. And how many times did they use these type of tactics on us? Who was the white boy who went to the hood to protect his city from burning down? He protected his city from burning down. Then had to lay down some folk, huh? Fire. Huh? He was out there letting that shit off. Shout out to him. They made it seem like this white boy was out there shooting black folks for no fucking reason. And that he was some white nationalist. Which was easy to believe because of the circumstance. Right? You see a white guy. See a young white guy with a gun. You see a young white guy out there with a gun where the mob is predominantly black folk. and the reason that they're burning shit down. Now, without any fucking information, all of us just come to the conclusion, oh, the white boys out there not to protect shit, but to kill these black people that's going around. Why? Because it was a white officer who put his knee on someone's neck during a restraint, and the guy died while he was restraining, right? I don't think it really matters whether the guy was on fentanyl. I don't think that matters. I don't think it matters if he was a pervert, if he was a pedophile. None of that shit matters if you're using an illegal hold. You got to do your job, and you got to do it right, because there could be consequences without you doing your job right if you accept the position, especially of officer of the law. This is not the 1800s. They taking you niggas down, Jack. And Siobhan is doing time right now behind that stunt, right? Why? Because you had people in power that, like I said, the same fucking skin color. Somebody the same skin color, maybe a little bit darker than Siobhan. George Soros, had enough money to put into groupthink, right? Why? Because I'm going to use a people, an oppressed people. Now, they've been down so long, I can use their motivation to want to come up. So I can use their people that want to speak on behalf of their people. Give them some money. Now the tables is turning a little bit, right? Give them some money through philanthropy. Right? Maybe these white folks, they got too comfortable. We can't use them in a position of comfortability. They too fucking comfortable. We don't making them feel comfortable like we love them. We don't give a fuck about you or them. Listen, give the money to the black people. Fuck that. Let them come up. And let them see. Let's turn the tables a little bit, right? So now you get white officers starting to go to jail. Shit is turning on the white folks. White folks are like, what the fuck is this, man? We need to go back to the old America. Let's make America great again. Listen, stupid. You're having the wrong conversation. America's not going back there. And if you keep that up, I'm going to report your silly ass and you're going to lose your job and your wife. All right? Ignorant. Shut up. Stop talking that dumb shit. Figure it out. What I'm supposed to figure out? So I think this is fucked up. Well, it is fucked up. And what you're supposed to figure out is they never loved you in the first fucking place. You understand me? Now, go back and get your people together and tell them not, nigga. Instead of you out here trying to make America good. You trying to bring back black slavery, stupid? Nobody's on your side, dum-dum. Nobody's on your side. Nobody's on your side. Nobody's going to put money behind bringing back black slavery, dum-dum. So you could forget that bright ass idea that you had in your head that you was gonna get out here and you was gonna get all the white people together. They're gonna cave, my boy. They're gonna cave. They're not. You're gonna be walking to the finish line by yourself. It looks like you're gonna be out there with, you see, we got all the white, and then they're just eventually gonna fall in line like the rest of the humanity and be like, well, I do got a job that I need to be at 9 a.m. I'm sorry, Bill, but there's a big construction site going on down yonder. And actually, they say we could get more money if we hired some of these other folks. So, I'm just sorry. I got to do what's good for me. That's what's going to happen, nigga. You're having the wrong conversation. trying to bring back races to put you back in. You don't understand the mechanics of what's going on. They don't love. It's not. They're giving us the money now. They don't love us. I understand this though. Osama bin Laden understood that when he took America's money. You don't love me, nigga. I do what I want. If I want to work with the Russians, I work with the Russians, stupido. Don't act like you love me though. Then America, this happens a lot. America can give the money. People think people stupid. People take the money, spend the money how they want to spend the money, and then America's upset. Oh, we're gonna get you, you bastard. Fuck you. You understand? Your day is coming, puto. Your day is coming, Holmes. And the America's day is coming. That's the sad part. But this ain't a story about the dollar currency versus any other currency. Although I do want to talk about that shit. But our day is coming. I want to stay right where we fucked up at. Thinking these people loved you. And you wanting to go back to where it was more comfortable. Oh, white man want to go back where it was comfortable at. Yo, we had jobs, you understand? We had status. I could speed down this bitch doing coke. I didn't get pulled over. Now they want to fucking arrest me, put that shit on my record. Yeah. Join the rest of the fucking society. You understand? This is everybody, bro. You was living in a fantasy world. When we tried to tell you shit, you said slavery was 400 years ago, and if you don't love it, go back to Africa. You was saying a bunch of random stupid shit, right? Now you're being affected. Your kids is out here dying of fentanyl, laid out. You understand? Shit is affecting your community now, and now you have to try to rationalize him. What the fuck is going on? Don't have a meltdown, my boy. Easy. I'm here. If you want my help, I help you. If you don't, if you still want to be on some ignorant shit, then go your way, bro. Best of luck to you. Tell me how that shit turned out. But you have to understand. First of all, you got to understand we not the same. They want us thinking we different because of some phenotype fucking. This is it's deeper than that. It's not, oh, there are black human beings and there's white human beings. It's way deeper than that. They don't want you to know that. This is what the Nazis knew. See, the Nazis was talking that language. They knew. They was from the ancient Atlanteans, right? Have you ever read what the Nazis was into? You probably didn't. They probably just told you, yo, Nazis are bad people. They hated Jews and blacks. And they thought they was the superior beings. Well, they are from the lineage, the blonde hair, blue eyes are from the lineage of a superior being. I wouldn't say that makes them the master race, but they are from a superior being. Why blonde hair, blue eyed? Why? You ever ask yourself? You ever look at a fucking Nazi picture and be like, well, why was they pushing blonde hair, blue eye, and Hitler is not blonde hair, blue eye? This nigga has black hair with brown eyes. What is going on? None of that. You never slow down the conversation slow enough to just sit on that. Pour a cup of tea. Don't say shit. Just pay attention. Don't say nothing. Just pay attention. Group think, right? You heard some shit. You out here running 1,000 miles a minute. Easy. Relax. You got a central processing unit right between your goddamn ears and you don't even use it. Imagine that. Imagine that. They said he was pushing blonde-haired, blue-eyed people as the master race, and he himself is not blonde-haired nor blue-eyed. You see? So what was that conversation about? Is the question. The conversation was about something that you keep telling me. No. You sound crazy, Saladin. Of course I sound crazy, because you've never been told that there were some humanoids down here on this planet that originated from another planet star system. You was never told that. So it's hard for you to compute, like, what are you saying? Man, you sound nuts. Word. I wouldn't sound nuts to the Nazis because they had figured out this history somehow. Don't ask me. I do know how. Through the Russians. But they figured out, they all related anyway. Russians, Germans, British, they all related. But they got their hands on some ancient fucking knowledge that let them know the times that the Atlanteans were here. And then the fact that there is broken, fragmented information, like the fact that we call this the Atlantic Ocean. Huh? The Atlantic Ocean. How would they call it? The Atlantic Ocean. Does it have anything to do with the place called the Atlantis? And the Atlanteans? There's a whole fucking major city over here called Atlanta. Do we just think these things just come from nowhere? What the fuck are you talking about, man? There was some validity in those conversations that the Nazis were having. Those weren't nonsensical conversations. I think their ambitions were a little bit too high. Never mind the people that they call the Jews that are not related to the people of Judea at all. That's a different conversation for a different time. These people came from the Khazarians. But I digress. We don't have time for Ashkenazi Jew talk. Not right now. Not right now. Let's stay focused on groupthink, reptilians. I tell you what, let's take a commercial break. Let's get into let's take a commercial break and then we get into David Icke, all right? Now, today's show is brought to you by Beyond You TV. Beyond You TV, you can find on your Roku. Do you have a smart TV? It is the year 2025 of your Lord. If you are out here with a tube television in your living room, please put your address in the comment section so that I can have my team come out to you. I need to see how you're living. We need to document the whole shit. You understand? Clearly you don't have internet in the house. We want to know how you was surviving. You still have the big ass TV in your living room and you use it. You shit don't got no remote. You sit out here clicking shit. The shit make noise when you turn the channel. That's nuts, my nigga. I need to see this with my own two eyes. Swear to God. You understand? Smart TVs are so cheap. They're so cheap. Fucking $300, $200. It depends what size you want to get. You understand? You want a regular size TV and not no stupid shit. You talk about $50 to $70 for a smart TV that comes with Roku, and then once you get on, you like immediately when you rip the package open, you yo, what's that shit Sally was talking about? Beyond You TV. Let me plug it in, and then this is gonna come up, my boy, right? So we got all type of documentaries over here that they not gonna show on YouTube. I can tell you that. And then we got some fun shit too. We got some fun shit. Muzzled City of Wolves just came out. We just got that up there. You understand? Running Man 2025, that's up there. You understand? But you're going to figure this shit out once you get over there. So today's show is brought to you by Beyond You TV. Now, it gets better than that. Because if you have one of these contraptions here, then clearly all you have to do is go to the Play Store and be like, boop, boop, boop. And then type in Beyond Your TV. And now you got it on your phone. Now you got it on your tablet. Now you stuck somewhere. You understand? You're in the passenger seat. You're like, yo, let me watch this shit over here. All type of shows that they don't want you to see. Information they don't want you to see. It's over there. All right. Now, that being said, let's get busy. Let's get into some, my boy, David Icke.
So you had these gods, and you talk to ancient cultures and shamans and stuff, and they'll describe these ancient legends and stories about these gods operating in another dimension. The question is why, and it's become clear as I've researched this and others have researched this, that these entities are feeding off human energy. You remember in the Matrix, when the Morpheus character held up a battery and said, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these. A battery, a source of energy.
Are they feeding off good energy or bad energy?
That it's very specific. These entities, because of what they do, because they're a bunch of prats and they give evil a bad name, they are in a low vibrational state. So to absorb energy from humans, it has to be low vibrational energy. And what it does, and so people have researched this and experienced this long back, they've given it the name loosh, this low vibrational energy. And it's based on fear, anxiety, depression, anger, hatred. Not so much anger, that can be turned into a positive emotion, but hatred, conflict, war, all these things obviously generate this low vibrational energy, because it's been long known by mainstream science that every time we think and every time we feel an emotion, we're actually generating an energy. We're generating a frequency, and that frequency relates to the nature of the emotion. And fear, which is the tool of oppression in this reality, is a low vibrational emotion. So if I'm looking at you and you're in a terrible emotional state, I can see by your facial expression and I can see by your body language that you're in an emotional state. What I can't see is the energy that emotional state is giving off, because that's outside visible light. It goes into this astral dimension.
Well, you hear people talk about some people can see auras around people and stuff.
It's all
like
part
that.
of it, yeah. You go deeper into the field of the visual field than the normal visible light, you'll see things that will just bloody amaze you, because they're so different to the reality that visible light delivers to you. So that's going into the astral. And so every time there's a war, every time there's a conflict, every time there's a big row and there's kind of conflicts and hatred and all this stuff, we're generating this energy and they're feeding off it. which tells you something about the world immediately. There is no incentive whatsoever of these other dimensional entities to have a world of love, of harmony, of peace, of appreciation, of mutual support. None whatsoever. They want a world, and they are generating through this global cult events that are going to generate this low vibrational energy. They want people in states of fear, of worry. Am I going to pay the rent at the end of the month? Oh my God, is my relationship going to survive? Is my job going to survive? What AI? Oh my God. They want this stuff. Now this means they're feeding off human energy. This takes us to these
negative human energy.
Oh, low vibrational human energy, what we would call negative motion. Yeah.
So they're treating us almost like cattle in fear to feed off that kind of.
There's a chapter in the roadmap called Loosh Farm. That's what this is to them. It's a way of farming human energy by manipulating events that put people in a state of perception and response that.
Hold on, I'm reading the comments. This shit is funny, and that's exactly why I don't read the comments. Shout out to Boondocks. Shout out to Uncle Andy. Shout out to Angie. Shout out to Lisa Ann. You understand? Shout out to Roby. Shout out to the whole Poker Face Society. I don't like to read. What I learned was two things. One, they have farming. They have people in India who are paid to farm. Well, utilized as a farm just to bot their time out, right? That's how they're making their money. Not saying that this is all Indians, right? But they do utilize people just to get on here and cause disruption, right? Bot some shit out. Get in here, man. So right away, I'm reading the comments. I'm like, God damn, shit came in with wild bots in the chat right away, right? Wow, just androids. Even if these people are humans, they're androids. These people are not thinking for themselves. They're androids. They're just, go do this. This is the task. Go do it. And they go do it. Now I'm reading this one particular comment, and this is what I'm talking about, ignorance, right? And I just started laughing because I must have mentioned the word Atlanta, right? And I was trying to prove word assimilation and that these words had to come from somewhere. They didn't just arrive. So I said, why is it called the Atlantic Ocean? Right? And then I paused. Digital Diamond Dexter says Atlanta coming from the sea, bro. Then he says Atlantic, and then he puts 3 laughing emojis. This is what I'm talking. I seen some other people, and Boondocks defended me, trying to say that I said I was smarter than everyone else. I don't. I say that to people that I know more than the subject about, but I don't know about every subject, and I don't. You will forever be a student. It's just that you have some masters down here who actually are good in certain areas. You have masters in karate. You have masters in architect, right? Yeah, you have master engineers, master masons. You have master everything. This is where they've dedicated their research. They've dedicated their empirical knowledge. So somebody wrote, "Oh, I watched 3 videos. That's what you think I am. That's who you think I am. I don't care." But Boondocks had to put him in his place. It's like, yo, do you even know him? Probably not. You just came over here. But my point, you've made my point. You were sent over here, whether by you were inspired by something and said, I'm going to cause chaos over here, right? And this is why I know you're on a mission. You may not even know your mission. I know your mission. And this is why I don't read the comments right away, especially when I have something to say. A lot of times When I'm out here talking, I'm blacked out. It's just coming like a medium is in me, and I'm just talking. I'm just talking. And then it's like I come back. And it's like, even though I felt like I was there the whole time, I felt like that wasn't me talking. Because I'll just go, black out. Right? I could just close my eyes and just talk for an hour. A lot of times I feel like that's not even me. It's not that what I'm saying is gibberish. On the contrary, it's all very much valid things that I'm saying. It could be me, and I could just be tapped into the Akashic records. But what is definitely dangerous is, one, you assuming that somebody watched 3 videos and I'm over here spewing the same rhetoric that everybody else is. No, I would be very much happy if everyone was. I would be ecstatic if everyone was talking the same rhetoric that I was talking on YouTube, because we would have more real estate in the conscious realm. I wish people had the balls to get out here and talk about groupthink like this. It's not. People are scared. People are not in it for a few views. They want to go viral, bro. It's a dangerous thing when you get out here and you just talking. You don't know what you're talking about, so you assume that somebody else don't know what they talking about. But on top of that, you already wrote it in the comment section, so now you done played yourself. And now you look crazy because you didn't finish hearing me talking. I did a pause and you just started typing. Then I started to break down some things that you can't go deep into, but I can. I may not go deep into. I don't need to go deep into every topic that I talk about. It don't mean I can't go deep into every topic that I talk about. It's just that I don't feel like going into it. But if you want to spar up and okay corral this shit, then you will get bodied. Assuming I don't know nothing about the topic at all. Easy, my boy. Now you look nuts in the comments. Easy. Shout out to Angie in the building. I like that. There will be sheep and there will be wolves, but will there be any shepherds? Now, let's get back to the old man. I say that respectfully. He's older than I am, but I regard him as a master teacher. This was one of the first books that I ever got from this master teacher. That's how he looked. Right? Come on, bro. People talking silly shit. Oh, you watched 3 videos. My man, I've been studying since 18. This type of stuff. I've been studying since 18. All of this. I got other books I can't even show you. You're wilding just opening your mouth talking for no reason at all. You're wilding. The problem is everyone wants to understand and then talk right away. And then maybe you should just spend a couple of weeks, months, years like the one they call Yeshua ben Joseph, who you call Jesus. Remember when he disappeared after 12? And then he reappeared in his 30s? What do you think he was doing? What do you think he was at for 21 years? A mystery school. Learning, right? Mystery school, learning. So if you spend 21 years in a mystery school, I be Jamel Saladin, King. Who you be? Who you be? If you spend 21 years in a mystery school and then you come back amongst the common folk, right? And then these people don't even know how to use the elements around them to heal themselves. That type, right? So, if I take a mixture, an ointment from some of the leaves that was around, and then I just put my hands on you. Did I lay hands on you? Of course I laid hands on you. Were you healed? You was healed. But then maybe some things is left out. Maybe they don't even know. Maybe he's sitting back like, yo, they forgot to say I made a whole fucking concoction before I laid my hands on the person. Now they got it down here. You was just out here laying hands on people. Well, some of that is true because I did learn how to use the energy. You understand? Hold on. What was the phenotypes that they gave Yeshua, since we're on the topic? Uh-oh, we got Bot Boy in the house. Bot Boy's in the house. Now, I never said nothing about a white dude named Jesus. That's number one. So, Cochran Cult, you're gonna have to come better than that. You're not ready for this topic. But I'll fuck around with Bot Boy for a second, even though he a troll. Let's fuck with Bot Boy. He says the Bible says the mystery school? Question mark. Cochran, you about to get kicked out. Ain't nobody talk about no fucking American Airlines. Stay on topic. You just out here trying to get attention. But we about to put you on a 24-hour... Keep it up. Keep it up with your silly shit. Get you right up off this. Thank you, Lisa Ann. Thank you. Now, did the Bible say mystery school? Yo, I can't believe you just asked me that. I got silent because I'm thinking about all the things that the Bible did say and didn't say. What the Bible alludes to. Everybody excuse me for a second. Just give me like, I won't take up your day. I promise everybody we'll get to the science. Just give me like 7 to 10 minutes with your boy Bot Boy. Bot Boy. Which Bible? Let's start there. Let's do it like this. Let me first answer your question. No, the Bible doesn't say mystery school. Now, you answer my question. Which Bible are you referring to? This effing guy's in the building. Hold on, this effing guy. GTM. They probably knock Bot Boy out. Bot Boy, they do that when they really don't want me fucking with the some ignoramus in the chat because they know I'll go off on you. I was trying to give you shine, but they usually dead you like that when they just want me to continue on with the show. So fuck it, my boy. GTM deaded you, bro. He probably saved you. You understand? Deaded you. Damn. Niggas talking that the Bible says shit. Niggas, you crazy. The Bible lied to you in the first fucking sentence, you jackass. Nah, GTM. I was about to roast him. It's all good. It's all good. It don't matter. It's probably for the best. We got shit to talk about. That real science and all that we got to get to. You know what I'm saying? I hate when niggas talk that Bible shit to me. The first sentence, nigga, the first sentence is lies. I'm talking about you ain't even get nowhere yet. Hold on. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Damn, Playboy, we didn't even get off verse 1. We didn't get off verse 1. You say, yo, that's blasphemous, Saldine. I'm going to unsubscribe from your channel if you come out here talking that crazy shit. Yo, my boy. First of all, I never said nothing crazy. So why you saying it's lies? I said it's lies because the way it's presented in this sentence is as if God is a singular form. It says in the beginning, God. We are known. It does not show the plurality within that sentence. So it is misleading. Unless it truly does mean more than one God, that is a lie. We know that to be a lie because the original word they used before it was translated was Elohim. And Elohim is a plural word. We know this. We know this from Genesis 1:26, where it says, and God said, and then right after that, it doesn't make any sense. Let us make man an hour. So what type of schizophrenic fucking God you dealing with? You dealing with a schizophrenic God because you was told to by the people in the Roman Catholic Church to be a dum-dum. You be a dum-dum on your time. Don't be a dum-dum on my time in my vicinity. Now, if you just did a little goddamn research and you went back into the translations, you would have found out that Elohim is a plural word. It is mostly plural because any Hebraic word ending in im turns that word into a masculine plural. So you have cherubim, seraphim, the Nephilim. These will all talk about more than one group, more than one individual in that group, in that classification. And then you have the Elohim, which the Elohim, that's how it should be pronounced, the Elohim, cherubim, seraphim, Nephilim. So, I have to be right because if I reread that sentence with the intended word, and the many gods said, let us make man in our image, now it starts to make sense, right? Now it starts to make sense. It didn't make sense before. And it didn't make sense when I asked my bishop and my pastor, why does it say that? He told me some silly shit about the Trinity and the Holy Spirit. And shut up, nigga. You don't know shit about shit. Now, let's go back to the first verse. In the beginning, God Well, that's why I said there's lies in the first goddamn sentence. So miss me with the stupid fucking biblical questions about, yo, does it say that in the Bible? Nigga, you know how much it don't say in the Bible? You don't know shit about shit if you asking me that elementary question. Do it say that in the Bible? I know a lot of shit that's not in the Bible, but it is part of history. That's all I will say there. I don't want to say anymore. I don't want to say anymore. Now, we was listening to David Icke, and he was making some good points. And he was talking about, I don't know if he really was going in on the reptilians yet. I'm going to start and right back where he was at. Maybe do I want to bring it back a little bit? I'll bring it back a couple right there. Because I want to go into some things. So we'll do this for a little while, and then we'll get into the science. I will end my show on the science.
So they're treating us almost like cattle in fear to feed off that kind of.
There's a chapter in the roadmap called Loosh Farm. That's what this is to them. It's a way of farming human energy by manipulating events that put people in a state of perception and response that generates this low vibrational energy, which takes us into satanic ritual. What's all that about? What do the gods get out of it? What is adrenochrome? So,
damn! Your boy Dave is out here wilding on YouTube, bringing up old shit. Oh, Dave, I didn't know you was about to start talking about that crazy shit. The adrenaline? Cochran, what about what white dudes? There are plenty of white dudes. Can you be more specific? You ask, what about the white dude? Which one? There's a lot of white dudes. I'm gonna need you to act like you went to elementary school, my boy.
What they do, and what the ancients did, first of all, they were sacrificing young virgins to the gods. What's young virgins? A code for children. Because, as I've researched this over many, many years.
This guy's crazy. Keep it up. Keep it up. What guy up above? Is there a white guy above me? What white guy above? What? You could stay, Cochran. How old are you? You could stay if you tell me how old you are. We're going to have a conversation, Cochran. How old are you? And don't lie to me. Do not lie to me. Nah, I thought he was talking. Boondocks. That's not who he's talking about. 54. All right. I don't believe you. I don't believe you could be 54 and think that God is a white guy from above. I just don't believe you're 54 and think that God is a white guy from above. So if we can't have a real conversation, Cochran, I'm trying to be transparent with you, bro. I want to help you out. Huh? It's okay if you like 14 and you supposed to be in school right now, bro. Are you supposed to be? Are you cutting school right now, my boy? What are you doing? School started fucking hours ago. Yeah, he was Boondocks. That's what I was saying. I knew what he was talking about. I just wanted him to say it. So he was trying to be, you know what I'm saying? Slick with it. No, the guy up above. What fucking guy up above? There's no mystery gods, my boy. There's no mystery spooky gods over here, Lord. What are you talking about? The white guy above. That sounds like a crazy porn that I don't want no interest in. You understand? That will not be on Beyond Your TV. Shit like that will not be on Beyond Your TV. I don't care how raunchy we get over there. You'll never be going through the fucking catalogs and see the white man above. Oh! And I got some crazy shit over there. I got a video over there called White Slaves from Chinatown. Truth over lies. Truth over lies. White slaves in Chinatown. But you're never going to see the white man. Fuck that. That shit is too kinky.
There is a particular energy that these entities want more than any other, and that's the energy of children before puberty, right?
Right.
This is where you get your massive obsession with pedophilia from, and it's literally all over the world, and it connects into Satanism ultimately.
Yes.
But
because if you can catch them before a certain time, then it's not tainted. Their blood is not tainted. Their energy is not tainted. It's more of a pure energy. That's why they do that.
The energy of children has to be turned into a low vibrational state. So abused children, people who are violently abused, people who are sexually abused in all the ways that they are. That experience of the child puts them in a low vibrational state. And so this prepubescent energy suddenly becomes a low vibrational state that these entities can absorb. This is the whole basis of pedophilia. And so if you're looking at a satanic ritual, they are conducted specifically to generate extreme levels of terror in the victim, understandably terror. So as the victim is getting more and more terrorized in the build up to the sacrifice, they're generating this terror is an extremely powerful low vibrational energy, and these gods are feeding off it in their astral state around the ritual conducted by their initiates and global cultists.
Almost like a Hunger Games, like a version of Hunger Games.
Well, I used to call human society for a long time the Hunger Games Society. It basically works in a very similar way. So what then happens is, as this terror manifests itself, it enters the blood in the form of an adrenaline. This terror produces this adrenaline in the blood. And that's what the Satanists drink, and we call it adrenochrome. I've talked to Satanists all over the world who've taken part in these rituals, many with very rich and famous people, often against their will, not always, but often. And they describe how when these Satanists drink the blood of the sacrifice, laced with this adrenochrome, it's like a frickin' drug. They go crazy, right? And that's adrenochrome, and that's what these people are consuming. So all these stories in Washington D.C. about adrenochrome drinkers, it's true. That's what goes on. I've talked to people in America when I was traveling America, talking to no one maybe in those days, but phenomenal for research, who've taken part in these rituals, and they talk about, for instance, in major rituals, how what they're doing in the way that they're conducted is through the chants and the colors. Everything's a frequency. They're creating a frequency environment, and they often do them on in particular places where they have vortexes on this global grid of so-called ley lines, and where ley lines cross, especially a lot of them, it creates a massive vortex, and they often do rituals at these points. A lot of churches, for instance, are on and cathedrals are on these big vortex points. And what it does is it thins out the vortex, it thins out the frequency difference between this astral dimension and this human dimension. And these Satanists describe how during the rituals, when this energetic environment is created by the ritual, that entities slip through the vortex into this reality. Often they're described as reptilian, but not always, but absolutely non-human entities. And by the way, on the reptilian front, there was a guy called Robert Monroe, and he popularized, he was basically a media executive at the time, a radio executive. He popularized through a series of books something called astral traveling, which is when you project your consciousness into the astral dimension without a near-death experience. You're very much physically alive, but you project your consciousness into the astral dimension. And he was very skilled at it, and he was so skilled at it that he attracted the attention of the United States military, especially their psychological wing. And they did a study, it was called the Gateway Study, and the CIA declassified the report quite a few years ago. And what they did is they got Robert Monroe and they got other people who were skilled in this astral projection, where you just project your consciousness into this astral dimension. And they did this study on what they experienced in this astral dimension. And of course, they're looking for common themes and confirmatory themes. And one of the things that was a common theme is that they experienced so many reptilian entities in this astral dimension that they gave them a name in the Gateway Project. They called them the alligators. And I've been saying
one of the limitations with our perception, our eyeballs, is that it allows us to see some spectrum of vibration of the energy down here, but not all spectrums of energy, light. Some animals, they say, can only see in black and white. So I guess we are better than them, right? Yes, that's David Icke, Z. Have a good day, this effing guy. Yes, this is David Hank. Have a good day, this effing guy. So, before, when I mentioned hours ago, or however long ago, I mentioned at the beginning of my show that, we think we are the creme of the universe because we are able to see in color, right? So maybe our head is bigger than what we think it really should be, because that we can see a few things. Yet we still can't see gamma rays. We can't see radio waves. So there's a bunch of things that we can't see. Does that mean that something cannot see this? No. On the contrary, if we were able to create other machines that can see these images, that can create things that could recognize and record, then guess what? If we can create this, there may be elements of life out there that can naturally already see these things. We think we are the oldest and most capable being in the universe because we are in our isolated bubble. And there's been information that has been suppressed. Otherwise, most of us would have been, it wouldn't sound crazy. We would have been understood. Oh, we're not the only presence in this universe by far on the humanoid species. Many of them come to this planet all the time. There's so much that you don't understand and you don't know. What you don't know will hurt you. So they call this the third dimension. Well, what about people that can see in the fourth dimension, in the fifth dimension? They tell me everything down here is one, right? Meaning it is a one energy, which we call, I don't know why it just all of a sudden left my head just like that. And I just said it in my head and I was just about to say it and then it just disappeared random. Bow, you're gone. I'm going to keep talking. Someone will say the name in the comment section. If not, it'll come back to me. So, everything down here on this planet is of one energy. But that energy can vibrate at a different velocity and frequency. And amplitude. So, how many different options is that? Well, you have to first consider speed, right? Let's consider amplitude first. How high that frequency may range. Is it going to go from low? Is it going to stay low like that? Or is it going to go high? Because we're talking about oscillation. Everything is oscillating, right? So we're going to go high. This is amplitude. Now, the highest you could go all the way down to the lowest. How many different variations do you have in between there? Well, that's a lot. Now, we haven't even gotten to the speed yet. How fast it's going. Right? So from the slowest, I'm talking about to the slowest, to the fastest. Now, when you combine these, you take that energy and you choose an amplitude and you choose a speed. What's going to happen is it's going to create a different perception down here. See the bots in the house. Nobody touch the bots. Leave the bots be. Leave the bots be. So they tell me that everything vibrates, just at a different variation, creating a different perception. Cochran, I wasn't talking about you. Wasn't talking about you, Cochran. I just had a conversation with you, bro. Now, these are the things that we perceive to be reality down here. Walls, trees, roads, everything. From the wind we feel, from the smells we take, from the smells we interpret, from the audio that we interpret, everything is a frequency. But these are the frequencies that we can actually determine, interpret, classify, recognize, all of these type of things. What about the frequencies that you cannot see, that it took us time to even recognize that they was here? You understand? So where would we be if it wasn't for Nikola Tesla playing around with things, energies? I think he discovered radio frequencies without the help of Marconi. I think Marconi might have been a thief. Not to say that Marconi wasn't brilliant, but that being said, let's just throw him in the realm. Where would we be if Nikola Tesla and Marconi did not venture out on these type of radio waves and experiment with things that we can't see? Who told them about it? Did some entity tell them? Could be. Nikola Tesla mentioned talking to different planets. He could have been in contact with extraterrestrials. But it would be something if an extraterrestrial who could see these spectrums of energy, of light, that we cannot see, actually told them, listen, there's all type of different energies around you that you cannot see. He said, is it true that because of Tesla, there would be wireless transfer of electrical power? Well, yeah. The ability was there. That was one of the things he was most excited about, is that he was going to be able to power wirelessly. But I don't think they found a way to throw a meter on that, which means they could not monetize it. So that idea is scrapped for public use, only for public use. Dodge says, dude's knowledge of Nikola Tesla is limited. So what? So what? This is not a show about Nikola Tesla. No one claimed to be Nikola Tesla experts over here. Should we feel less important because we only know? Well, we don't know that much about Nikola Tesla. Let's have a meltdown. We knew enough. We're talking large scale. It's not what he meant. He was talking large scale, right? So, all right, let's slow the conversation down. Thanks for joining the conversation. I haven't crashed out yet. You'll know when I crash out. Let's slow it down. Let's give you a chance. Dodge Steel. You can teach me today. What company and what city are they using power wirelessly to power the whole town? I'm sorry, my fault. Let me put myself in a position to learn from you today. Can you name the company that is using wireless power? Yeah, we said that. I said that at the beginning of my show, Dodge Steel, right? This is the problem, and I'm glad you noticed the problem. You already admitted I came in mid-conversation. So maybe what we do is we don't just start jibber-jabbering because we hear something that we're familiar with. And then, oh, I know about that. Let me jump in here. I know a lot about that. Let me jump in that conversation and put my 2 cents in this joint. And I don't... You understand? You do understand I just did a fucking 4-hour live on Nikola Tesla last week. You understand? Do you understand that part? I don't have to prove how much I know about Nikola Tesla to anyone here. I did a 4-hour live on Nikola Tesla last week. Now you come in here saying things that I already said at the beginning of this show. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and be like, let me just be a fly on the wall. Want to hear what's going on? Don't come in here and just you start wilding out and then tell me don't crash out. Chill, my boy. Cochran said he didn't see it. Whose fault is that, my boy? It's there. I never took it down. It's there. It's the last show I did before this. What are we talking about? Yes, from Serbia. Yes. Damn, bro.
All along that the this reptilian manipulation is coming from the astral dimension. That's where the
But the
most of
Egyptians,
them are.
wasn't the Egyptian gatekeepers of the underworld, kind of crocodile?
Yeah, all this stuff. And you know, I mean, I think they do exist within the earth as well, in a some kind of in a physical form, if you like, in our dimension. But overwhelmingly, it's coming from this astral dimension, And it was Robert Monroe that coined the term louche, because he said, what I learned in these astral travels was that they're feeding off our low vibrational energy, which he gave the name louche.
That's the thing. If you'd have said this in 1991, but subsequently, you know, Jimmy Savile scandals broke, Jeffrey Epstein scandals broke, you know, there's lots of... Nowadays, it's kind of like, oh yeah, there's something nefarious going on. That's not to mention all the other stuff that's come out about Mountbatten and Edward Heath and all the other allegations that are out there with these kind of paedophilic kind of cults.
Yeah.
It'd have been seen as left field, whereas now it's a lot more mainstream.
Yes, it is. And I met.
All right, let's stop there. Let's change for a second. Now that's David Icke. He's going into some things, but he some people I had to introduce him to because they weren't familiar with David Icke. Some people obviously are, and some people are definitely familiar with Elon Musk. They get crazy over that topic, right? So now I would like David Icke mentioned something that was that should have been considered very important. And I wanted to expound on the subject. And he spoke about when one frequency comes around another frequency and is sucked into that frequency, right? They call it sympathetic resonance, right? And from what they say if you have a grandfather clock and the pendulum is swinging and you put another grandfather clock next to it, eventually they will start to swing on the same rhythm. And this is the idea of sympathetic resonance.
As well, which is what the bad copy is. And you tune to it through something called entrainment. Entrainment is the process by which, if you have three violins and they're all plucked to the same note, therefore they are the dominant frequency, put another violin in there, either plucked to another note or not plucked to any note, and it will start vibrating in sympathy with them, because they're the dominant frequency. And if you can create a dominant frequency, then you can start to entrain the human decoding system into that frequency, and suddenly you're decoding a completely different reality.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. He used the word entrained. Ooh. I used another word called sympathetic resonance. And then there's groupthink. But he said something very important. He said the dominant frequency. What is the dominant frequency? So right now, the dominant frequency is all negative content, right? Whether it is mildly negative, whether it is aggressively negative, but the common denominator is that it must be negative. Now, I played a video of David Icke talking about how there is a group of entities feeding off the frequencies of the humanoids down here on this planet. One of those frequencies that they feed off is fear. Fear. So this is like a multi. You ever buy a multi-purpose knife? You got a Phillips screwdriver in there. You got a bottle opener. You got a nail filer. They call it a Swiss Army knife. There's many reasons for using a disruptive tool within humanity. It causes dissension. We know this. It is much easier. It's much more impactful for me to punch you in the face with a fist with my hands closed, my fingers together, than it is a slap, right? The probability of me knocking you out cold by using all my fingers in an organized way to hit you on the perfect place at the perfect time in your face to knock you out cold is a higher probability of me slapping you. Could I slap you and knock you out cold? For a fact. But does it usually happen? Not that often. It just seems to irritate the other person and humiliate them that you would slap me instead of using a fist, you bitch ass. It makes it worse when the other person don't even do shit back. When somebody slapped them, it's like, yeah, I didn't even punch that person. I just slapped them in the face. They sit there and took that shit. Ah, God forbid. See, they got Dodge up out of here. Got him right up out of here. Did it to yourself, Dodge. I don't know what you was writing about. I don't give a shit at this point. Did it to yourself. The dominant frequency. I watch everybody on YouTube. It's funny. It's funny. I love when people like they rant and rave. Yo, you don't know what you're doing. That's why your YouTube channel is dead. And they really think they winning. We not winning. First of all, I'm not fucked up. But we not winning. That's number one, right? So because YouTube gave you a little check for what, $1,600 in a month, $2,000, now you think you winning? Look at all the stupid shit that you had to say and create. I've actually had people tell me, yo, you think I want to do this shit? I don't want to do this shit, but it pays me. If you ain't in for the money, then see? So these are your fucking traders. These are your Trader Joes right here. So that's why I say, please don't get on the internet talking tough about me and don't say my name. You got a mic? You feel a way about me? You say, yo, Saladin, this, that, and the third? And we could go from there. But other than that, cap artists, big fucking cap artists that doing what they usually do, talk shit and causing dissension. So if you're not with me, you're against me. You understand? And guess what? This is what I said about people. They are for they are for the evil energy. They may make it seem like, yo, I'm a good person. I'm just out here. No. All you talk about, well, even when you try to make it seem to be in a good light, you just talk about negative shit. There's no understanding in your shit. You just trying to get into people's emotions, right? To utilize their emotions. Doing the job for YouTube. Doing the job for these elites that want to hide behind all these corporations. And it seems harmless when you don't understand the science. It seems so harmless. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna come back to that, but I want to get into something else. Groupthink versus sympathetic frequency. One comes from psychology and the other from physics, metaphysics. But they operate on the same core principle. Synchronization. Groupthink, people unconsciously align their opinions, emotions, and decisions with the group. So this is why you get a demographics who would just stay on code, and then they think that yo, this is how we supposed to be. And then if you're not with that, then everybody's going to look at you weird. It doesn't mean that you're weird at all. You just don't belong in that group. For some reason, you have the audacity to think outside and bigger than that group. And they may be all on a Android time. And you're just not an Android. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't think you are the weird one. Sympathetic frequency. When one vibrating object matches the frequencies of another, they fall into resonance. So groupthink is basically a mental resonance. When a group vibrates on an emotional wavelength, individuals sync to it just like tuning fork matching frequencies. Independent thought collapses because the group's dominant ideas override dissent. So, right now, based off what I'm wearing, based off where I'm from, I should not be talking about this. I should be talking about why 50 Cent did that to Diddy and how Ja Rule responded after the Marlon Wayans got involved. These are the conversations I'm supposed to be, because of my skin tone and my hat. I'm supposed to be into these type of conversations. While DJ Academics is going at this one over here and this one over here. And we all lose. Now, if I was in a different demographics, right? If my skin was not melanated, they would classify me as something else, and then they have their own group think. Well, you do know that niggers are below us. You do know this. Even if I've never said it, we must feel that way. They're animals, Jeffrey. They are animals. You must know this. So what we have to do is we have to take back the country to... Yeah, it's getting way out of control. Too many people are into this hip-hop thing. It has way too much control. There's different conversations for different demographics. You understand? The fact that these conversations can go on so long inside these bubbles, these silo bubbles, that they actually start to entrain the minds of people themselves, where you have people in these bubbles that actually think they are not as good as the other people. Nah. You know, we don't talk like that. So now they refuse to speak the ruled upon language the way it was intended to be used, with poise, dialect, and articulation. Oh, they won't do it because that's not what my group does. We don't do that. And if anyone in this group decides to sound like that when they speak, you are talking white. Oof! Really? Yes. Do tell me more, my boy. I do understand that your normalized colloquialisms can be used as a system of communications, but has it been adopted as a mainstream option on this planet and on this continent for doing business? Huh? What I'm asking is, do you expect to go into a job interview and use these same colloquialisms and seriously be offered a position? No? When they say, tell me about yourself, white man, do you seriously think that it's a good idea to tell people right then and there that you believe that the white man is the master race and how blacks are ruining this country with hip hop? Is this the right place and time? Oh, then tell me a little bit about yourself, Jeffrey. You thought about it. You thought about it, Jeffrey. You was like, fuck that. I'm gonna let my nuts hang and just say what I'm really about. But then you had better fucking sense. Just like that black man decided he's not gonna use those certain terms in this motherfucking meeting with HR. Oh, okay. So it is not an agreed upon language. You just decided to speak and limit your own ability to speak the language that they agreed upon in this here land. I don't know why you're doing that. I don't know why you're teaching other youth to participate in these activities of not being a better version of themselves. But it is it's detrimental. You're killing yourself by teaching your kids, not teaching your kids how to articulate and speak the language of this land. You're killing yourself. You're fucking them up too. And as far as the white man and your antiquated thinking, let me tell you that as the world turns and we evolved, only thing you can do is adapt and evolve, because a couple of things are certain. One, you're definitely getting up off of here by death, right? You will die. That's a fact. Two, there's just something called evolution and adaptation. Now you have to evolve and adapt, evolve and adapt, evolve and adapt. This is how things have been done. This is not a new theory. So we're not going back to fucking black slaves. You need to knock that silly shit off, Jack. We are in a dispensation where they are clearly, and by they I mean the elite, in case you didn't know who the fuck they was, clearly don't give a shit about your race, class, or mine. So when you tell me, oh yeah, your YouTube channel is dying, a couple of things, Playboy. I'm very proud of myself because unlike you, what I did is I seen the future and went and created my own fucking network. You don't know the metrics on that, dickhead. Let's start there. I know the metrics because I got the metrics. I could pull up a window right now and show you where they fucking with me at. It's called Beyond You TV. Why did I do this? Because I don't want to be censored. I want to be able to say what I want when I want. So I have my own channels to be able to say what I want to say and not have Geppetto have his fist up my ass and tell me, yo, you gotta talk about this. You gotta talk about this. No. I can talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. And then the day they take my channel, I'll be right over there on Beyond You TV talking to people all around the world. They don't have the ability. They don't have the ability to censor me over there. They can shut you down anytime you want. And for fucking trinkets. You trading, you betraying the human race for trinkets. And I get it. How else you gonna survive? Hey, I understand. Just keep your mouth closed when it comes to me. Don't be telling me that's why I'm losing when I'm not I'm not losing, nigga. I'm winning. I'm a winner. Someone just insinuated earlier that the way they worded it is that I might be a shepherd of the people. Huh? It's a boring life, but it's one that you should take pride in. It's noble, protecting the sheep from the dangerous ass wolf. I don't do my shows for quick highs of chemical imbalances. No, I really try to teach you over here and get you to think and use your mind, your logic, your reasoning. So today we talk about groupthink, we talk about sympathetic frequency. Smaller waves adjusting to match stronger waves. Smaller waves adjusting to match stronger waves. What does that mean? That means if I want to start a YouTube channel but my shit is not popping, I don't stay true to myself and stay on my path. What I do is I just start doing what the people that I see do winning. That's attacking other people for no fucking reason. Then you come back to me and say, yo, you see, this shit works. You just don't know what the fuck you doing. No, I have more integrity than you. That's what it is. And I already proved to you I could do that shit. I don't want to do that shit. There's a lot of ways to make money. I do not have to get up here and just find every day I'm going to find a way to talk shit about somebody. Get the fuck out of here. Now, I'm not telling you to do what I do, because if you did, nigga, you'd be nutted. God knows you probably don't got nothing else going on with that check. But that check you getting from YouTube. So don't try this shit at home. I do what I do. You do what you do. Do not try this shit at home. Either way, whether it's groupthink or sympathetic frequency, they both spread energy rapidly. And this is what David Icke was talking about earlier. This is what we're going to go back to right before I end my show. I didn't want to do it 3-hour live, 4-hour live today, but I just do what the Spirit say. The Spirit say we're doing a 4.5-hour live, we're doing a 5-hour live, we're doing a 5-hour live. That's what we're doing. Fuck it. Groupthink, fear, anger, hype, or excitement can ripple through the crowd instantly. And this is what happens. Sympathetic frequency, one vibration spreads through a medium and pulls the other object into the same rhythm. It's the same thing we're talking about here. Both bypass rational thinking. For the groupthink people, emotional cognition overrides logic. This is a fact. For the sympathetic frequency, resonance happens automatically. No conscious choices involved. You have people that come up here and they want to argue with me about religion. Why? Because that's what's close to you. So it's like, you don't attack this. But I'm coming from a logical point. They're coming from an emotional point. So they see it as an attack rather than they see it as, oh, Saladin is just over there spitting facts about something. But because his facts expose the holes in what I'm involved in, I'm going to call it an attack instead of his facts. I'm calling it an attack. How dare he use actual factual knowledge against what I'm into? You are an android. A warrior of darkness, of ignorance. these tactics are used in politics, right? They obviously used on society through these different platforms like Instagram, like Facebook, like YouTube. And this is how we communicate nowadays. Now, the people who are really teaching and really want to do some type of revolution or come up with ideas to keep our young people intelligent, your conversation is gonna be pushed to the fucking wind. This is why it's important for everyone to go out and download Beyond You on your smart TV, because there will come a day where I'm just not up here no more. In the only place you're gonna be tired. You're gonna be like, yo, where's the people that used to talk life into things, intelligence, remind us of our ancestors and inspire us to be better people? And they're not gonna be over here. And I'm explaining to you right now why. They won't be over here. They won't be over here because they want the sympathetic frequency, the resonance, to be the dominant frequency. Mandingo man, wagwan you. Shout out to Mandingo Band in the building. A dominant frequency. That's what David Icke just spoke about. So obviously it doesn't look like I'm winning. Yo, you not winning anyway. Look at your YouTube channel. Yo, bro, I'm going to be honest with you. When you put your catalog next to mine, your catalog is feces. Your catalog is cow dung. Your catalog can't fuck with my catalog. Huh? I just got too much information out there, Playboy. I got too much shit that people could learn from. It's only a matter of time. Everybody loves sweets. I'm talking about everybody, right? People don't involve themselves in too much sweets because of what it does to the body. So they say, no, I don't eat that. It'll fuck up my body. Imagine only eating fucking sweets. And that's the same for your brain. Imagine only paying attention to brain rot stuff. Never being put in a position to actively fire off your brain cells. I'm so upset at the schools right now because and I just spoke to Master Kabamin. A couple of days ago. And he said, yo, Saladin, they are actively trying. Now, you know what he does. He creates curriculums. He designs curriculums. And he's just as heated as I am. He said, yo, brother, they are definitely trying to dumb down our children. And I said, I already know this. You understand? So, even though my demographics are older people, I still do my part because the older people know somebody young in their life, right? So whether there's grandparents that mostly watch my show or parents, either way, there's some youth somewhere that you can now take this enlightenment, this knowledge that they are dumbing down our kids in these public schools on purpose because they want a nation full of workers and not thinkers. They don't need 1 million Nikola Teslas running around trying to figure out how to create fucking energy and send it wirelessly. They don't need these are the last thing they need. They also don't need you with weapons. Frankie Blanco was good, bro. Frankie in the building. What the hell happened right there? That's kind of crazy. No doubt. Listen, let me explain this to you, Mandingo. It's hard to be put in my position and not ruffle some feathers or put other people in uncomfortable positions. So I don't want anyone to think I'm out here putting, when I have these different topics that people, they're like, oh man, I ain't really down with this conversation. It's not up to me. So it's not like I want to put people in a position where they're choosing their culture, their parents' teachings, their spiritual leaders' teachings, their identity. Nah, I don't want to do that. But I will sit here on a mission, and I have to do the mission, right? That comes before any friendship, any, acquaintance, affiliate. That comes before all of that. Only, I have to do what I was intended to do when I was sent here to this planet. That's what I do. I be aware that when I talk about this, oh man, that's going to ruffle some feathers. Fuck it, I got to do it. Because if you follow everything that I say, then it will expose. And I think that's what most people are afraid of, right? It's like, I don't want you to expose that part. I just like this part of the conversation. But I'm a whole package, though. That's the problem. So the best people can do is probably turn me off when they know I'm about to reveal some shit that's going to enlighten them, because they would prefer to take a blue pill. But if you listen to me long enough, the unfortunate part is that you just going to be like, yo, fuck it. Just give me the whole red pill. I'll take the whole red pill. Fuck it. Please, don't nobody touch Wayne. Don't nobody touch Wayne. Leave Wayne be. Leave Wayne be. Now, let's get back to the show. Because groupthink and sympathetic frequency can be weaponized. And that's what we're talking about. They can be used by governments. They can be used by corporations, cults, media to manufacture consensus. Sympathetic frequency used in acoustics, warfare research, crowd influence, and emotional manipulation. Oh! And this is where they caught the majority of our melanated people by hijacking what we originally had termed hip hop. Well, originally there was no term for what we did. It was a bunch of isolated things that we were doing. Then they were galvanized together, and Busy Bee, few others, some journalists down at the Village Voice, some inspirational people like Michael Holman, few people was involved. The term hip hop eventually came to be standardized, and they started just using hip hop, right? To the hip hop, the hip to the hip to the hip hop. You don't stop, keep rocking to the bang bang, really, huh? So we started to use that term, but then that culture, which has nothing to do with what people see today, that culture was hijacked and used in a MK Ultra experiment The experiment was obviously successful. Many black men died and went to jail, where many people made money off the imprisonment of black people. But it was the sympathetic frequency of acoustics, of the music, that was able to manipulate the intellect and emotions of these melanated people. And again, it felt like the right thing to do, because if listen, if you with us, if you black, if you Spanish, you understand, then you should be on real nigga time. As a youth, all I wanted to ever do was sell crack. I used to idolize Pap. How'd he go out like that? 50 Cent had the whole project working on 50 on 500. It works out for everybody. There's not enough jobs in society for you niggas. You understand? So somehow we got to get you into a jail cell where we can make money off of you. This keeps this demographic over here happy. White middle class people, they feel safe. They can watch you from a distance. Oh, they listen to your music. They like that shit. And to tell you the truth, I do too. Nigga, I groove to this shit on the way to the government office. But let's be serious. We cannot live like this. This poetry is merely a fucking MK Ultra experiment. I'm very proud to see how many potential intelligent minds we have turned into brain rot. We have gotten you to surrender yourself instead of going out looking for you. Huh? You stood right there in the corner and you exchanged the possibility to make 1,000 today for 10 years in prison, 20 years in prison. Risk to reward. You considered it or you didn't consider it. You made the 1,000, you spent the 1,000 on a fucking lawyer, and you still got the 15 to 20 years. Yeah. And to this day, I hear people start their poetry and they start killing and talking crazy to other imaginary black people in their raps, because that's who the rap is against. It's not against anybody white or anybody of their oppressors, anybody they think was oppressor. No, it's against an imaginary. Ask a black boy to rap, he is going to talk to you about an imaginary black person who they are going to kill if they play any games with them. And my disappointment is not so much in that person at that time. It is definitely in the individual who's next to him that's pumping that shit up that I feel should know better, right? I watch Pete Rock from Pete Rock CL Smoothies from my town. And I've seen him fucking promote some of the, well, by promote, I mean like on Instagram. Like some of the most wickedest shit. He's like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about, that real hip hop. Nigga, this is not real. And I would expect somebody like him to know. So that's where my disappointment comes in. I'm like, yo, you're the legendary Pete fucking Rock. How can you say this is real hip hop? This is just more brain rot, fucking low level nigga nonsense. But because you don't want to lose your cool card, you are going to go along with this stupid ass nigga nonsense group think shit. More niggas is getting locked up from listening to this stupid shit because of sympathetic frequency, right? They fall in line with this. Now all of a sudden they're a gangster. But see, sympathetic frequency does not only affect one demographics. it was targeted at the demographics. They never considered the overspill of actually other demographics being affected. So then what happens is the young white boy wakes up and is like, yo, this shit is fire. I want in on this. Oh no, Timothy, don't do it. It's gonna ruin our culture too. Fuck all that and pulling my pants down, let my nuts hang, nigga. Huh? Let his nuts hang. Now Timothy's walking around with motherfucking cornrows, an Iverson basketball jersey, his pants is hanging off his hips, and he's talking black colloquialism bullshit in your household. How you like these apples? You had it all figured out for young Timothy. You was gonna bust your ass so he could get to the Ivy League school. He don't want shit to do with your Ivy League school, white man. Huh? He's running around telling you the white man's agenda, addressing him as the white man. What are you talking about, Timothy? You a white man. I'm talking about the man, though. The man. Oh, Timothy. What are you talking about? Just try one semester of school. He's about to go get wild tats on his face, so that never even fucking happens, right? Yeah. This is your sympathetic frequency at use, working. The whole time, I want to remind you of something. The powers that be didn't give a fuck about Timothy, and they don't give a fuck about Jamal. They don't care about either household. Both of y'all are doing the job as far as I'm concerned. That's how they thinking. Both of y'all, right? Now, I did have it set up for Timothy to go. He was going to be okay. You understand? But he decided to get into some gangster shit. Whatever. I want to talk to you about something called the FFT algorithm. This stands for Fast Fourier Transform. It's an algorithm that breaks any complex signal into individual frequencies. Oh, now we having a conversation. Sorry to make you wait like 3 fucking hours, 4 hours for the scientific conversation. But a lot of times my discussions are necessary, right? Like the rhetoric, just leave me be, because it is necessary as a primer to get into what we're going to talk about. So if anyone does, eventually I will die, and what will be left is my work, and I may not be discovered for fucking 30, 40 years after my death. And then someone's going to be like, yo, there was a cat like 100 years ago. Saladin, this nigga was on it. He broke all this shit down. So Uncle Andy takes notes. So I want you to write down FFT algorithm, Uncle Andy. Lisa Ann says, what is an island boy? I'm an island boy. It's not to be funny, Lisa Ann. And the only reason I'm answering you is because I know you to be a faithful listener to my show. Otherwise, I would have thought you were trolling me. And Island Boy is, first of all, it's an actual group, the twins, the Island Boys. But the Island Boys, some say they created that song because they actually had been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. So they went viral The Island Boys actually went viral for singing "I'm an Island Boy," right? But they were two white guys. The two white guys. And exactly what you're talking about right now, the racial appropriation, where they did use that. I hate to use that hip hop culture term, right? Because as we will get into hip hop, I'm not one who thinks that hip hop was created by black people. I'm not him. And I get flack by people all the time. Yo, why you hate your people? Actually, I don't hate my people, my boy. Actually, I love my people, and I want my people to be better people. However, I have done a tremendous amount of research on hip hop, and it just doesn't look. It doesn't look like black people created hip hop. What it looks like is a people from a certain New York area, and anybody could have been in that area that would have kicked this type of, whoever was living that life, right? Because the term hip hop didn't even get fucking created till almost damn near almost a decade later, after these people were already living hip hop, meaning they were already living the culture. They had already been bombing trains. They had already been doing something called up rock and all of this shit here. They was already doing it. That up rock would later turn into breakdancing, right? Those graffiti artists would later turn into and help the imagery of the feeling, of the energy of hip hop, the perception of it, the way we dress. But they had already been doing this before any label had been put on it. And by this time, a bunch of people had been doing this shit. Mainly black and Puerto Rican people. Mainly black people from the Caribbean. There was some white people there that wanted to know, hey, what the fuck y'all doing? The reason most white people were not at the origins of it had nothing to do with because they was white. It had to do with, where do you live? If you don't live in these ghettos where this shit is being created, then it's not first nature to you, it's second nature to you, because you seen it on the train, you seen it somewhere, and you say, I like that shit, I want to start doing that to you too, which is not necessarily culture vulturing, right? The shit is spreading. The energy of this shit is spreading. You can only keep it contained so long. A fly energy like that, you can only keep that shit contained so fucking long. You understand? But what we not also understanding is that there was another energy called punk rock that was kicking off at the same time, and the two energies kind of like inspired each other a little bit. Sometimes they was forced to do shows with each other. The punk rocker and the motherfucking person who we now call the hip hop artist. What do you think African Bambaataa was inspired by? Not only the funkadelic, because his music wasn't only funkadelic. Yes, they was definitely dressing like the funkadelic. These niggas was out to lunch on that motherfucking spandex and all the shit they was wearing. They was definitely out on some bullshit. But there was a little bit of punk rock inspiration there, and that's where his that's where his electronic interest even comes into play. We'll get into it. I don't. It's a whole different conversation. Nonetheless, she brought up the Island Boys. I'm an Island boy, and when you see the Island Boys photos of them earlier, they wasn't on no hip hop shit. It wasn't on no rap shit, but then, next thing you know, these niggas got cornrows, face tats, gold grills in their teeth, and they're talking with an urban, phonetic dialect, right? They got an urban dialect on their slang, right? Y'all. Roby said we become what we surrounded with, y'all. Unseen Mortal says, because people are sheep, super impressionable, and they will follow what they think is cool. Groupthink. Sympathetic frequency. They're going to follow that shit either because they are weak and they're going to say, nah, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be doing this because the majority of people that look like me supposed to be doing this type of shit. And it goes for every demographic, right? Just a different angle. So while as black people do it, white people do it too. Spanish people do it too. All demographics do it. And now we are getting into the fast Fourier transform algorithm, which breaks down signals into individual frequencies. So when it comes to groupthink, which is a complex social signal, a crowd, a movement, a collective mindset is not made of one emotion. It's a blend of what? Fear, which is what these elites thrive off of, excitement, conformity, insecurity, the desire to belong, peer pressure, and authority signals like the Stanley Milgram experiment. The FFT is a tool that lets you identify the individual frequencies inside a messy wave. In the same way, critical thinking is the FFT of the mind. It separates what you believe, what the crowd believes, what fear is saying, what manipulation is saying. In physics, one strong frequency can pull other objects into resonance, right? This is what we call the sympathetic frequency. FFT explains why that happens. When you break down a signal, the strongest frequencies dominate the output. That's exactly how groupthink works. A dominant emotional frequency becomes the group's resonant tone. So, if the entire social media is on some groupthink bullshit where we're just gonna talk shit about every day, and every video I put out is downing somebody else, right? Well, listen, I tried the other way, but I wasn't getting a reaction. But when I started doing that negative shit, then I started getting more likes. Then I started getting more subscribe. So I'm not going to change what I'm doing. Because if it's not about the money, then what's this about? It's about your culture, dickhead. You bitch ass nigga. If it's not about the money, what's this about? Wow. Thank you, Corey Madison. I'm still trying to figure out how Corey Madison gets his fucking font to be green. I don't understand that. But thank you. Unseen Mortal, thank you. So, FFT, revealing the hidden manipulation signals. Governments, corporations, and media don't operate on one frequency. They shape multi-frequency psychological environments. That's the problem right there. This is why a show like mine can't exist, because we will expose the understanding of what is happening. So if you look, and it's like it just looks like chaos. I take the time. I enjoy finding a needle in a haystack. Right? I'm the guy who you sent in the IT room to unravel all the fucking network cat wires, and then I am enjoying this shit. I spent the whole day unraveling this shit, putting this lines here, these lines here, these lines here. and then we expose. And this doesn't happen in one show. This is why my shows have been all of a sudden 4 or 5 hours long. And I still am just, I'm still scraping the surface. We're not even going in deep because it's not enough time. They've had centuries to play out in to design strategies and tactics to manipulate the people. And I've had hours. It's an unfair expectation. I'm still thinking about Corey Madison. Corey Madison, are you a member? Is that what makes your font different? A different color? I'm trying to understand Angie's question. She said, "What about bands like Parliament?" Well, that's where I was saying that inspired African Bambaataa in the Soul Force, right? They were inspired by Parliament Funkadelic. I never said anything about their lyrics. I was just talking about, because funk is funk. I was just talking about actually hip hop. But people put African Bambaataa in hip hop. So I wanted us to recognize that it wasn't, a while back, Tariq Nasheed tried to make it seem like it was a black thing. It was a foundational black movement, hip hop. And it wasn't, bro. It didn't start in the South. It started somewhere because of a perfect storm that had to do with economics. The decay of society, right? But it was where it was at. And those people in that area had their own way of expressing themselves, and that way caught on. Now, if there was a poor white person there, you couldn't tell that fucking poor white person, I didn't help start hip hop. I'm not a pioneer in hip hop. If that poor white person was living in the ghetto doing the same shit everybody else was doing around him, he was not a culture vulture. He was doing the same shit everybody else around him was doing. He was at the same parties. He was having sex with the same girls. He was drinking the same fucking Thunderbird. He's smoking the same pot. He's doing the same dance moves. He's doing everything the same. Why? Because of his skin. Or now you saying that but you're a culture vulture. You understand? We started this. Stupid shit. Stupid shit. People trying to tell me. People actually stopped listening to me because I'm telling them, I was dead, bro. Give a fuck if you was dead, old bro. I know you not a researcher, though. So what you not doing is you not putting in the other variables that have created this. You understand? You don't know shit about Robert Mosley right now. If I ask you who's Robert Mosley, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now I'm talking that intellectual shit. No, I'm talking sensible shit that helped create the environment where that really messed up the Bronx. It wasn't one thing. It was a bunch of things that happened. And you have to be able to recognize what happened here to create this frequency that we now know as hip hop that had nothing to do with killing and shooting and all of this other shit. But at the same time, it's in the energy, because that's where these people come from that created this fucking energy called hip hop. They come from the ghetto, and killing goes on in the ghetto. But other shit was going on in the ghetto. Nigga, stickball was going on in the ghetto. Balloon fights was going on in the ghetto. Hopscotch. There's a bunch of things going on in the ghetto. Unfortunately, it was a lot of crazy and chaos going on in the ghetto too. So they tried their best to come over and talk that stupid shit to divide us with the Puerto Ricans. Yo, the Puerto Ricans wasn't there. How the fuck the Puerto Ricans wasn't there when they was there? No, they was there, but they wasn't doing what we do. What? Nigga, what? Which hip-hop you talk about? But see, that's where I go too far back, because I'm talking about hip-hop before it was called hip-hop. It wasn't called shit. They was just doing. See, when you take the 5 elements and you go into the individual histories of each element, you got to do a deep dive into graffiti, nigga. If you ain't doing that, then you don't have no conversations with me. You're not doing the deep dive into the dance groups. Don't tell me about no motherfucking rapper. The rapper came way after everything. The rapper came. He came after everything. He wasn't respected the most. This is why they was naming the DJs first. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Huh? Eric B and Rakim. How long did you think that Eric B was actually Rakim and Rakim was actually Eric B? Right? He's rapping. You thinking, oh, that got to be Rakim because his name is first. Wrong! He's the fucking lyricist. He's the wordsmith. The DJ came before the fucking wordsmith. Namaste. Namaste. Yes, I agree with you. Diak 610. I agree. However, that is a conversation worth having, because what we could do is we could get into the etymology of these words. Maybe there's a perception that these words are really negative because of this perception of words. Huh? That's a real conversation right there. And I'm down to have that conversation. I'm dead. Thank you. No, some people did it that way, Corey Madison. You understand? Not everybody mentioned the DJ first. But in real life, the DJ came before the wordsmith, right? You had a chief rocker, so there was no wordsmith. There was a DJ and a chief rocker, which we all know our master chief rocker's name to be Busy B. You understand? And the place to be. He been rocking the crowd since elementary. There was other groups like Heavy D and the Boys that did name the artist first before everybody else. But again, we talking about when you look at Run DMC, they are nowhere near the start of hip hop. Run DMC is the result. They're at the start of commercial hip hop. Run DMC is not one of the first groups in hip hop at all, right? Run DMC is one of the first commercial hip hop groups. You talk about almost a decade after hip hop already started, right? Hip hop is starting in 73. Run DMC is releasing their album, what, in 83? That's a decade. So a lot of people don't know the names that should have more attention in hip hop. Those are just thrown under. Why? Because they're only recognizing after the other man came in with the plan to destroy. And I'm not going to say he came in with to destroy hip hop. I don't think he did. The other man came in with a plan to monetize hip hop, to say, okay, just like Thomas Edison looked Nikola Tesla dead in his face and was like, if I can't profitize or make money off of this shit, I don't want nothing to do with this shit. JP Morgan did the same thing. JP Morgan, yo, my boy, if I can't make money off this shit, I don't give a fuck about all this genius shit. They don't think like that. They don't care how brilliant it is. Nigga, we could just kill you and take your shit. How about that? I just need to make some money off of this shit. Right? So it didn't mean nothing to a different group of people to start funding what we called hip hop that had been around 10 years. 10 years this shit is around. But now they're going to make money off of this shit because they can't get rid of it. It is actually growing at a faster rate than we probably thought it was going to. We got fucking Aerosmith. We got all type of people out here. You got fucking Malcolm McLaren. He's a culture vulture. Malcolm McLaren is a culture vulture. But he's one of the best culture vultures. He's the reason, I'm gonna be terribly honest with you. He's the fucking reason hip hop even got monetized. Him and his crew. He had an intern called Ruza Blue. Ruza Blue is the brain behind the Roxy. Later on, Mandingo man. Later. Peace. Ruza Blue, Ruza Blue was able to bring out the Roxy downtown Manhattan, where all the groups would come out, right? But you had what she did. I only seen one time in real life, and it's when Q-Tip was at a club downtown. I forgot the name of this club. And I used to go in there and Q-Tip would be DJing. And no bullshit. If you look at the crowd, one time, he's rocking the fucking wheels of steel, right? And I look around and these Asian twins, and they're dancing with this old white man with a fedora, right? And I'm just looking around, and we all different, but we came here to do one thing together, and that was rock, right? To get down. And I am so impressed with how he's controlling the crowd, and I'm more impressed with The fact that we all different in the same, like it wasn't a black crowd. It was fucking everybody. It wasn't one age. It wasn't like it was like just fucking 23-year-olds. No, nigga. It was like a 65-year-old man dancing with the fucking Asian twins, and everybody was rocking. And I was like, this is crazy. I'll never forget this day, and I never did. That's what music has the ability to do. When these governments find out the ability, the power that audio really has on the human being, ooh. Well, then that motherfucking hip hop at the end of the day was taking over. Eventually they caught on. They let it be. They was okay with just making money off of it and commercializing it. But then they are never satisfied, and then they thought, well, because there was a time that I lived in this period where it was genuinely harmonious. You had stupid shit going on, but for the most part, a lot of that energy was still, that negative shit was intrinsically incorporated into West Coast culture, meaning that shit might have been there regardless. It had nothing to do with hip hop. Hip hop only strengthened the negative frequency that was already happening. But the Bloods and Crips shit was already going on the West Coast. That shit had nothing to do with hip hop at all. At all. How bad it would have got, I don't know. I don't know if hip hop, because when you're listening to music and then the music is telling you, be more irresponsible, be more impulsive, right? Get intoxicated, nigga. What are you doing out here sober? Get intoxicated, right? Make way more reckless decisions with your body and with your future. That could have perpetuated the energy of between the Bloods and the Crips even further. Shout out to Cypress Hill. Oh, here's something you can't understand. How I could just kill a man. One sample took that to come into my home. Take my throne. I said, yo, it's on. Shit. Didn't have to blast them, but I did anyway. So I just killed a man. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Yes, Uncle Andy. Yes. Frequency as a weapon of influence. Yes. Thank you. Yes. So now you get it. Now you get it. And now I've been up here for hours. And the sad thing is I'm still not done, and it's 11:10. So on some real shit, I still got another hour left into me. I do. Keep it real. No one feel obligated to stay. It's just that I'm not done. Wayne Diamond says money makes people do crazy things. There you go. Money makes people do things that is, oh, shit. All ones. Wish I could fucking... Oh, I can. Look at that. Today's December 11th. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Huh? There we go. That's crazy. 11/11 on the 11th. Let's go. Let's go. Now, I went through the scientific part, right? So they can't say I'm over here talking nonsense. We did that. Now we're going to finish up strong. We're going to get back to David Icke, and then I'll end my show. No doubt. No doubt. Campbell with that million is gonna be fun to watch.
It's the same with this bad copy. You just decode a reality and you think it's real because it's the only one that you can perceive. So you can decode a reality of the avatar kind.
Let's go back.
The idea is was to create this illusory reality.
Hold up, let's
they
go
describe
back.
it, of our original reality.
There we go.
The original reality was that kind of avatar world. That world is an information construct which we decode into a lovely world. This is an information construct which we decode into the world that we have today. And the idea, this might need a battery, mate. The idea is was to create this illusory reality, anyway, and then tuning humans into that bad copy. Now, when you think about it, we
tuning humans into that bad copy. Now, he did a hatch job on the edit because the remote needed to change batteries, right? So he was interrupted, and that's why they had to edit. Let's keep going. Let's keep listening.
We're tuned into an information field of certain frequencies. We decode that into a reality. If we are then moved, our dial is moved, so we're decoding something else, we just decode another completely different reality. And that's what is meant by this bad copy. So this is an image that sums it up. I'm walking outside in the sun. You don't have to be in the sun. You just have to decode the fact you're in the frickin' sun. And it's the same with this bad copy. You just decode a reality and you think it's real because it's the only one that you can perceive. So you can decode.
I gotta look up what these jewels mean. I've seen people send me like jewels. I don't know what they mean. So so first of all, thank you anybody that's sending me something called a jewel. Right? Yeah, that's a different topic. Cosmic vision. We got Boondocks over here. He loves talking about and Boondocks and Comic Vision could be one, or they could be two separate people. But he loves to talk about Saturn too, and we will get into a Saturn into another show. Kush is over here. Oh, Kush is here. Yeah, shout out Kush. Kush is here at work. No, he's not stealing company time. You understand? He has headphones. He's listening to your boy. So shout out to Cosmic Vision. But what is this? I gotta look this up. People send me jewels. I gotta look this up. Oh, he said he's not. Okay, so this is not Boondocks. All right. Because many people are aware of Saturn. I haven't gone into Saturn like that because I'm trying to first prime my audience to. I think there's a level of understanding we need to get to before we jump to the zodiacs and these different symbologies of planets that are used down here on Earth, right? But I definitely will check out what's going on with this whole jewels thing. Thank you.
Decode a reality of the avatar kind, and then you are fed a different information source, tuned into it, ways that I'll come to, and then you decode a different reality, what I call the archontic reality. If you can create a virtual reality simulation, then you can create an alternative to it as well, which is what the bad copy is. And you're tuned to it through something called entrainment. Entrainment is the process by which, if you have 3 violins and they're all plucked to the same note, therefore they are the dominant frequency, put another violin in there, either plucked to another note or not plucked to any note, and it will start vibrating in sympathy with them, because they're the dominant frequency. And if you can create a dominant frequency, then you can start to entrain the human decoding system into that frequency, and suddenly you're decoding a completely different reality. This oncontic energetic inversion distortion is not in this reality in form, although it can be, as I'll come to, but it exists in a reality very close to this one. And the idea is to distort our reality more and more, so it starts to blend and combine and come together with theirs. They are seeking to turn this reality into an extension of their reality through distortion and inversion. Now, this is Ibn Alexander. He said that when he had his massive near-death experience, the first place he went to was very unpleasant. And to me, what he described was very much like this archontic realm that I'm talking about. He said he heard the sound of rhythmic pounding that was distant yet strong, a little like a heartbeat, but darker and more mechanical, that keeps coming.
All right, so what I want to do right now is I want to read a little bit from this book, and then we'll end the show. Then we'll end the show. All right. So this book right there is actually this book, and all I'm doing is putting it on the screen, right? So again, this is a different book by David Icke. So we can read. I might be here for a while, so let me make sure the mic is good so that you can hear me. And then after this, I'll go get some lunch. Yep. Here we go. It says, so who are we? The true value of human being can be found in the degree to which he has attained liberation from the self. Humor me a little while I state the obvious. We get lost because we don't know where we are. Of course, simple. We get lost because we don't have the information to tell us where we are, and without that, we can't find the way home. Equally obvious. How can we get somewhere if we don't know where we are to start with? Great. All this may be a no-brainer, but what is in your face is not always in your mind, as the saying goes. If you want to hide something, put it on public display. What I have just described is precisely the plight of the human race. We are lost because we don't know where we are, and we don't have access to the necessary information to tell us where we are. In fact, in our case, it goes even further. We don't even know who we are. I say that all the time, let alone where. As John Lennon wrote, how can I go forward when I don't know which way I am facing? How can I go forward when I don't know which way to turn? Without those coordinates, who we are and where we are, how can we possibly make sense of what we see and experience? We can't. Now, stopping there, this is what I've tried to explain several times before. And obviously, I was hit by opposition because people didn't want to accept the fact that their species did not originate on this planet. Some of us, we did not want to hear that. We did not want to hear that we're all humanoids, but some may be from a different planet in a different star constellation. And the first thing they said was, show me mainstream academics, articles, books that would agree with you. And how the people that control mainstream academia would never allow such rhetoric to exist. Hence, why they burnt down the Alexandria Library. Hello, McFly, is anybody home? So we guess often wildly, and these guesses are called religions and scientific theories. We talk about making educated guesses based on the best information available. But what if that information expressed through religion and science was fundamentally flawed and even more significantly was meant to be so? We would be faced with a situation even more confusing than simply not knowing which direction to head. We would be sent off in the wrong direction, believing that the passerby with the mitt or microscope knew more than what they were talking about. Today, there's a growing understanding that our maps are out of date. And we have been reading them the wrong way up. Okay. Or rather, we've had this done for us by agents, often unknowingly so, of a system that can only exist by keeping us in ignorance of the compass and coordinates that will lead us home. Someone's been messing with road signs to confuse and control, and in this book is designed to be a guide to who we are, where we are, and how the few are manipulating our daily lives on a scale to an end that beggars belief. From this, everything else will come, and what has appeared until now to be crazy, bewildering, and inexplicable world will suddenly morph into focus. The world seems crazy because we have been looking from the wrong angle. Look at it another way, and wow, that's what's going on. Exactly, David. Ask most people who they are, and they would say something like, I'm Joe Bloggs. I'm an office worker from Tooting in London, and I'm married with 3 children. I like football and gardening. I would like to visit my brother in Australia. You hear that sort of thing all the time when people appear on TV game shows and are invited to tell us about yourself. People identify who they are with their job, income, their likes and dislikes, and what we would call their personality. I love to have a laugh and a party. I like to stay at home and live a quiet life or whatever. But another what if? What if what you call your personality, even your sex, is not you at all? What if these are all expressions of a computer program that you have been... Let me read that again. Computer program that you have been kidded is you. We'd think it was insane if an astronaut was asked who he was and he begun to detail features of his spacesuit. I am a NASA Mark III, born in 1990s. I have a hard upper torso, brief and hip transition elements, and rolling convolute shoulders, waist and hip abduction, and abduction joints. I am capable of being pressurized at 0.566 atmospheres and would like to visit my brother at the International Space Station. We would likely think that the guy had already been pressurized too much. What is he doing identifying himself with his spacesuit? The silly sod. He needs help. Big time, quick. Yes, he does. But then, he's not alone, is he? Human beings do the exact same thing. We believe we are our spacesuit. And once we fall for that, we have lost the entire plot. Let me stop right there. That's why I've been trying to tell you guys they've classified us on purpose by our phenotypes. Because you've never heard people, or the conversation is not common, that when I ask you to classify yourself, you classify yourself by your star seed, you start looking at me crazy. Yo, Saladin, that's just not true, man. Sounds crazy, man. These are the same religious people who will tell me, though, God created us. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with God created us. Who is God? You know, Jesus, the white man in the sky. Right. Let's keep going. Human beings do the exact same thing. We believe in the space. Okay. How could a spaceman operate if he thought he was his spacesuit? There would be chaos and confusion on a gigantic scale, right? Well, look around us. Look around at this world of spacesuit believers. And what do you see? Chaos and confusion on a gigantic scale. How could it be any other way? So, the first revelation on the road to freedom: your body is not you. It is a fantastic biological computer that you are using to experience this reality. It is a vehicle, a means, not a you or an I. The spacesuit is the means by which an astronaut can experience other worlds. So is your body. We are not our bodies. We are infinite consciousness. The all that is, a seamless energy field within which all worlds and no worlds exist. The only difference between everything is the level of awareness that we are all that is. The deeper the awareness, the more you will access the level of knowing and the perception. The more you think you are an individual and apart from everything else, the more you will disconnect from the infinite one that you really are. We live in a realm of division. We spoke about the FFT algorithm a second ago. We live in a realm of division and apartness because we have forgotten and been manipulated to forget our true and infinite nature. Albert Einstein described reality as an illusion, albeit a persistent one, and he said, a human being is a part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts, feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Okay, so that's what we were talking about a second ago with the sympathetic resonance. Living in our own bubble. We feel that, oh, they understand, right? As a man, I go through this. As a black man, I definitely go through this, right? Where I'm not really accepted in the black ghetto communities because they feel I should have more of a empathetic tone, an empathetic narrative of the black man who comes from the ghetto. The problem is I evolve and I adapt. The problem is I'm the guy who escaped from the cave and I come back and I say, though, this is not correct. Everything that we've been taught is not correct. It is not correct to automatically want to do harm to your brother and talk shit on your brother and beat him up and kill him and call our women the same people who birth our children hoes and whores and bitches for no reason at all. But we've normalized this type of labeling and just culture of how we look at us. This is not right. And then they say, man, you talking that bullshit, bro. Bitch ass nigga, you not from here. Well, damn. You're delusional. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for few persons nearest to us. Huh? Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Yeah, Robin Carter said, I'm going through that right now. Of course you are. It's a lonely walk. When that's the part they don't tell you. Right? So everybody's inspired to hit enlightenment. And then when they do hit the threshold, what happens is they don't tell you that, yo, it's going to be lonely. Because you're crossing a barrier everyone else did not agree to cross. So now you sound different, you look different. Nigga, we don't know you. You think you better than us. Nigga, I was just with you, and when I was with you, you didn't have none of that to say. You understand? You none of that energy was there, nigga. Huh? I come around, you shut the fuck up or you shake my hand. That's what was going down in real life, my nigga. You only talk behind my back. And when I stepped in the middle of the wolves, you didn't have shit to say. That's what was really going down in real fucking life. So now that I done crossed the threshold, I'm this, that, and the third. Well, guess what? I'm not crossing back over to deal with your bitch ass, right? That's what they call tricking out your spot. You're not tricking me. You want my spot flash? Well, you not gonna get it. No. You not gonna get it. So Robin Carter, keep going. Keep doing what you do, Robin Carter. You understand? You done crossed the threshold. Now, keep going. Yes, elevation, evolution, adaptation. That's what we talking about. Even more than that, to embrace that we are infinite consciousness, or that I will call infinite awareness. This is a level of consciousness that knows it is everything. It is the self-aware all. Charlie James says, what you talk about, Willis? I ain't talking about that. You got it. You got it. That's hilarious. First thing first, knowledge of self. Knowledge of self is important first. Always. You understand me? Knowledge of self. You have to know about who you are. You can't just get up dressed in the morning, put on a 3-piece suit, put on some high heels, some stalkers, makeup. You understand? You got all that fancy shit on, and then somebody asks you where you was going. I don't have any idea. You got to have some idea. No, I don't have any idea. Well, go sit down until you figure out where you going. You understand me? Knowledge yourself. Think of the difference between a droplet of water in the ocean. The droplet symbolizes the sense of division, of being an individual. That's that FFT algorithm and me, unconnected to anything else. This is like identifying with being Bill Bloggs or Ethel Jones. But put that droplet back in the ocean, and where does the ocean end and the droplet begin? There is no beginning and no end, no alpha and omega, because all is one. And that level there is no we, only infinite I. Part of that ocean may be calm and peaceful. Now, let's just go over what he just said for a second and how powerful that is. When you talk about the we, you're talking about Genesis 11, right? So, we was talking about 111. You want to know the funny part about 111? Let me show you something right now. Because many people that think they understand this book have no idea. And I'm not always in the mood to break shit down for you, because you're going to think it's a conspiracy, this, that, and the third. But the numerology that is involved, I mean, first of all, zodiac conversations that go on in this entire book is just wild. But also the numerology, right? Now, when you want to talk about 11111, we're talking about synchronization right now. We're talking about when the universe is telling you, when you see 1111, the universe is saying to you, you are locked in. Keep going that way on that synchronized path that you're on right now. There's something about this synchronization of the frequencies and how you're thinking. But hear how powerful that is. Genesis, what's that? The first book in the Bible. Cool. Chapter 11. Let's just add 2 more ones. 1. Verse 1. How many ones is that? As I could count, that's 4 ones, Saladin. Okay, now read the first verse in the 11th chapter of the first book. Just do it. I will. What does it say? And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. Is that a coincidence? Is that a coincidence? Now, what is the significance behind that? Well, the significance is that if we are one, we are so powerful. I'm not talking about one black people. I'm not talking about one Nordic, one Atlantean, one Martian, one Maldekian, one Lyran, one Orion, one Pleiadian, one Anunnaki. I'm talking about all down here working. One, they can't do nothing with us. So they keep breaking this up into these silos, keep breaking this up using this FFT algorithm to get what they want. You heard me. Y'all, that's what this is about. But put that droplet back in the ocean, and where does the ocean end and droplet begin? There is no beginning, no end, no alpha. Okay, I read that. Part of the ocean may be calm, peaceful, and another may be angry and rough, but it is still the same ocean, the same oneness. All right. However, we forget who we are. We can be confused into a sense of division, of being the droplet, and we perceive reality through the tiny lens that this creates in our minds, right? It's going back to somebody. I go back to a hood, but because I moved from a hood and I live in a gated community, now I'm a bitch ass nigga. Since when? Why am I now a bitch ass nigga? Because I don't want to raise my daughter around senseless violence. I'm a decent man in the city of demons. Niggas be scheming. Senseless violence, so many reasons. Mental health reasons, financial reasons. To be real, I should love my city, but I hate my city. Whoa. If you know, you know, right? Look. However, when we forget who we are, we can be confused into a sense of division, of being the droplet. We perceive reality through our own tiny lens this creates in our minds. This lens perceives what it believes and brings on manifestation and experience that matches the belief. Think small and you'll be small, even though you are infinite possibility. God damn, he is cooking. He is cooking. So, when you separate yourself, Robin Carter, from people who think small, you not doing don't feel guilty about that. These motherfuckers don't know how to think big. Hold on 1 second. Everybody hold tight. Everybody hold tight. Oh, I thought it was here. What the fuck is going on? You don't know how to ring a bell? Yo, my bad. My bad. Oh man, good thing I got up. Yo, good thing I got up. I was waiting for something today. And the something is here and outside. And they would have been upset. My wife would have been upset if I would missed that. Shoot, I would have got in trouble. All right. Thank y'all for waiting, first of all. So that shows me who you guys are. And I appreciate who you guys are because I'm not always able to have these conversations. You understand? Finding your tribe, finding the mentally free is hard when the majority of the people are controlled by groupthink. These conversations that are created to splinter us off. So I appreciate everybody that really you're still here. That means a lot. And I don't even know who left. You understand? So I didn't look at those numbers the entire time. So I don't know. We could have been rocking and rolling, and then I had to handle that. All right, let's get back to this though. Kush is in the building. She said, "Don't be nosy." All right, here we go. When I left, he was cooking, right? And that's right. I was talking to Robin Carter. I said, when people think small, so the former mayor of Mount Vernon, his name is Richie Thomas. He's younger than me, right? But we've always been like, I met Richie because Yonkers and Mount Vernon are this close. So Mount Vernon is one block, you just walk into Yonkers. That's like, I'm not going to say what direction. I want to say west. Yeah, that's west. On the north-south, if you walk that way, you one block from the Bronx. So I lived on the border of the Bronx and really the border of Yonkers at the same time. That's Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon is surrounded by the Bronx and Yonkers at the same time. Also, Pelham is on the other side. Right? Cool. I used to wash my clothes in Yonkers. For whatever reason, my mother, she wanted us to wash the clothes in Yonkers when we lived in Mount Vernon. That's the washing machine she found comfortable. One day, these white boys are chasing this light-skinned mulatto down the hill. So when he gets to me, he's like, "Yo, help me," right? I don't need to know who you are. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. For so many reasons, I don't need to know who you are. One, you being outnumbered. Two, you look black and you being chased by some white boys. I don't like none of this energy, right? So he told me who he was. He told me who his brother was. I never knew his brother at that time, but I had heard of his brother, his older brother. His younger brother, his older brother's younger than me too. So I never really knew none of these dudes, but I heard of him. He got like a real thugged out brother too. He's crazy, right? His older brother. One time I'm selling wolf tickets in the barbershop, talking about how I'm gonna shoot the shit up, right? I was wolf tickets, fucking wolf tickets. Yo, I shoot this old shit up. I'm not about to do none of that shit, but I'm talking that shit because I'm upset. His older brother is at the door, right? Everybody got quiet, by the way, too, because they don't know. It is Mount Vernon. It is Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon is a fucking wild, wild west. So you don't know if a nigga's selling wolf tickets or not. What you could bet your bottom dollar is, it is going to be a nigga that want to see if you selling these shits or if you using these shits. It is. So just as I'm about to tip out of this whole big routine and this big show I put on of I shoot this whole shit up, his older brother's at the door and it's like, yo, got something for you. This nigga has the 38 with the duct tape around the handle. He's like, yo, handle your shit, my boy. I'm like, what? Nigga, that's acting, my nigga. I just acting. I'm not about to shoot this shit up. Niggas like, come on, yo. What? No, my boy. So, shout out to him, bro. Shout out to him. That's my man. I don't want to put his name out there and all that other shit. If you know, you know. But shout out to him. That's my man. Anyway, getting back to Rich. Rich later on became Governor Patterson's like protege, right? And Rich went to NYU. He did all the shit I wanted to do. I didn't want to become mayor, but I did want to go to NYU. He went to NYU. He studied political science. He grew up, like, right? So I told you one time I see him at Grand Central Station and the nigga fronts on me. Pulls out the big fucking American Express to pay for a $2 coffee on your boy, right? But he hit me with the Varnell man shit when he leaves me. He's like, hey, you think big, and then you think bigger, right? And I ain't gonna hold you. I wanted to smack the shit out of Rich for that. Fuck you talking to, you think bigger, think bigger. But he was right. That's the bottom line. You think big, you think bigger, and anybody on some microscopic shit, I'm here to tell you, it's going to get lonely, because what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to resonate around these people. Their mind is limited. These niggas, they can't help it. And because they can't help it, I can't help but to leave your ass in the dust. You understand me? Because I can't, it hurts to have minuscule fucking thinking at this point. I am so ginormous in my thinking. And if that takes me having to put my ego and pride to the side a lot of times, I'm like, okay, that's a small thing for us to work together. Like, the small thing. Let's take Zip with the Drip. Right? It would take nothing for me to really work with Zip with the Drip. Not on his show. Like, I don't need his clout. What I'm saying is, if he wanted to work with me, let me see. If I wanted us to work together on Beyond You TV, right? And I've spoke to Zip about this. But Zip is on something like, you don't got no motion and shit like that. Man, you don't want the motion I got, because then I would be on negative time, and none of y'all niggas could see me on negative time. If I get on negative time, I'm on negative time, my nigga. None of y'all niggas want to fight, and if I get on negative time, I'm going to show up to your fucking house, nigga, and beat you up. You don't want me on negative time. You don't want me on fucking negative time. I like the fact I'm on positive time, but also I want to work with you. Like, let's work together, because this will create what you want. So a lot of people looking at me like, yo, how can you work with this nigga? Yo, these are small things. But if you're thinking, if that small mindedness is keeping us from working together, then what I do is I remove myself. And I just use him as an example. Shout out to Zip. I don't have one problem with Zip. I don't have any problem with fucking Zip, right? Only problem I usually have is when he starts talking that dumb shit against Bimmy. Other than that, I don't got no problem. Go do what you do. And everybody else, the same thing. I don't have no real problem with you. If I'm not actively looking to fucking hunt you down and kill you, nigga, I don't have a problem with you. I really don't have a problem with you. I'm just up here trolling and stupid shit like that. So that, needless to say, that goes for the whole internet. I'm not looking to kill not one of you niggas, so I don't have a problem with you at all. However, a lot of these people will never work together because of small mindedness. So then I separate. I go create my own fucking platform, right? Where now the little bit that YouTube was going to pay me, let me tell you something, sucker. I could just go charge somebody for a commercial on my own fucking platform. Dumb. Now, you get your calculator out and you times 100 times 50. And then see what that number come to every month. Dumb. So why the fuck do I need to beg YouTube and act other than myself? Huh? I could just charge a company, hey, advertise on Beyond You TV, $50. You see what's going on over here. You want to see the metrics? Oh, I'll show you the metrics. Oh, you really do got people fucking with you. Yeah, nigga, what you thought? Anyway, that's enough of the metrics. $100 a month. $100 ain't shit, Saladin. Thank you, nigga. Let's do this 49 more times. You understand me? So that's what I'm talking about. You think big and you think bigger, nigga. Don't be over here selling your soul out for fucking trinkets. Selling your people out for trinkets when a nigga come to you with a big idea to make you a millionaire, but you want to sit on in your wallows and in your bullshit instead of thinking big and then thinking bigger. You thinking small. All right? Let's go. Think small and you be small. Even though you are infinite possibility. This is the plight of what we call humanity. We are the ocean. Infinite awareness. but we believe we are just a little powerless, insignificant droplet. We identify with divisions and parts, not unity. This has happened because of massive manipulation of our sense of reality that has led us to identify the I with the biological computer we call the body. Look at how many religions claim it is blasphemous to say you are the all, right? And what they call God, we can't say we are God. We must be humble and accept that we are subordinate sinners who must cower in the face of the Almighty. Them. You are an insignificant piece of shit. Get used to it. And only if the men in the frocks put in a good word have you in any chance of avoiding the guy with the pitchfork. So what he's saying is, you're not allowed to think like a god. You're not allowed to know that you, even though it's right there, and I pointed out to you several times today, the gods were scared of you. Let me remind you one more time. Just one more time, I want to remind you. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one. And they all have one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined. Nigga, do you understand who you are? You don't. Otherwise, huh? You can manifest, right? Don't worry about the time and all that shit. Yo, but no. Go off. I don't give a shit. This is why I talk the way I do. I'm going to go do me regardless. Why? Because as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. I had the ability to think some shit, and I have the determination and the patience to see it and architect it and see it come to fruition. I don't need the dick ride, not a one. I don't need your reality. I could design my own, but it go both ways. You could design a heaven or you could design a hell. You make the wrong decisions down here on earth, you are designing a hell for yourself right here, nigga. Now your whole story and your whole perception, all you see is just chaos and you hate everything. So that's your whole energy. You done did something to land yourself in one of the slimiest places on this planet called prison. Now you can't unsee what you've seen, and you can't, you hate everything. Well, there's an algorithm that you must follow. There are instructions you must still follow. I said you are like a God that can design. So you got to make more godly decisions too. And I ain't talking about no religion. I have no religion. But you must make decisions that are going to put you in the right reality, in the right perception. You can't say you want to go to 113 Murdoch Avenue and then do everything in your fucking power to end up at 212 Fleet Street. And then on top of that, you surprised you ended up on Fleet Street. Nigga. You punched in the coordinates for Fleet Street. Everybody was like, yo, what you doing? You was like, yo, mind your business. I know what I'm doing. You niggas don't know shit. I got this, you bitch ass niggas. Huh? That's you out there doing all the wrong shit in society. Telling everybody trying to warn you. Your mother trying to warn you. Your big bros is trying to warn you. You slow down. You like, yo, I know where I'm going. Nigga, your shit say Fleet Street. How you know where you going? I thought you was going to 113 Murder. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all niggas don't even know if I could go that way and then come back up around. Shut up. How about you gonna go that way and get stuck that way, stupid? Yeah. Everybody else was a bitch ass nigga because they didn't sell crack. Huh? Everybody was a bitch ass nigga because they ain't know all the hoodlums in the city. Ten years later, you at Fleet Street, you're supposed to be at 113 Murdoch, and nigga, everybody else is where they supposed to be. You can make wrong decisions that's going to put you in a different reality. So when I say think godly, I'm not talking biblically, because you are the God I'm talking about. I'm definitely not talking about the God of this Bible, or either one, the one you perceive. Yahweh is full of shit. Fuck out of here. And besides, it don't say that one God, Yahweh, created any of this. This is an older story that you could read in the Sumerian culture, but nonetheless, it says, in the Elohim created the heavens and the earth, and that would be a group of superior individuals, not one. But this ain't a religious course, so fuck all that. What David Icke is saying is that they don't want us to think like we can, like a God. Because the moment you think like that, well, there's going to be smoke in the city. You are an insignificant piece of ish. Okay, this nonsense is designed by those who control religions, not the program underlines in the funny hats. He out here talking about the... to lock us into computer level of perception, the level at which we are easy to shepherd and pen. Listen to the language of religion. The Lord is your shepherd, and you are part of the flock. I will refer to those imprisoned in the body computer reality as unconscious, and those with an awareness of the greater whole as conscious. In fact, everything is conscious. Only the level of awareness is different, but I will use the term conscious and unconscious to keep it as simple as possible. This definition, almost the entire human population is unconscious, because people identify who they are with their body computers. Fortunately, we are not in an era when this is the beginning to change. Okay, now we're going to get into something called computer reality. Computer reality. Hit the like button if you just come in here. You understand? Let's take a commercial break. Let's take a commercial break while we here. Today's show is brought to you by Beyond You TV. All right. Beyond You TV. If you have a Roku TV, this is your best chance of experiencing Beyond You TV. If you have a Roku television, you can go over there. You can download the app. Who knows what you're going to see over there? We have a bunch of different documentaries. You understand? There's a bunch of different programs. Today, I will be watching The Running Man. You understand? But there's a bunch of different programs, bunch of different documentaries, many that you can't see on the internet because they don't want you to know the truth. I have Vaxxed over there, right? There's a show called Vaxxed, a documentary, right? You can watch that over there. Plandemic is over here. You understand? There's a bunch of different programs that we do have over here. Give me a second. I'm trying to get to the documentaries. This is not built for web browsing, even though some people try to watch the shows on their web browser. It's not really built for that. All right, so here's some of the we got a category called Science and Medicine, Forgotten Remedies, medical documentaries, right? We got a whole series called Killuminati series. Give me 1 second. Your best experience is not going to be through the web. It's going to be through your smart TV and through your phone, right? Your mobile device. Your mobile device. Just download it wherever you get apps at, and that's going to be your best experience. That's why we got the app, so that you enjoy the experience and you're not waiting around and all that. So don't try to watch it from your computer and then tell me it's slow. I'm telling you right now, it's not designed for you to watch on your PC. Get you a smart device, get you a phone, get you a smart TV. All right, today's show is sponsored by Beyond You TV. All right, that's that. And that's the difference between a nigga telling me I'm losing because my YouTube channels is up. We two different beings, my boy. We two different beings. You understand? I'm a God who designed something in my head and then took the time to make that shit reality. I said, well, I want my own platform that comes with your TV. Right? So they can't tell me what to say on Beyond You TV because I designed that shit. That's the difference. So fix your face in your mouth before you come over and say, yo, but you losing over here. Nigga, you don't own this. They snatch that shit. They take your whole fucking channel and destroy you, and you be sad, yo, I'm just trying to get my shit back. You on the phone with Indians trying to barter shit, work shit out, yo, I'm just saying, what do I gotta do? They keep repeating the script. You getting tight because they just, all they know how to do is repeat the script that they gave them. I'm very sorry, but at this time, it is not available to you. And you like, fuck, bro. I worked years for that shit. That's it. Now you crying like a bitch ass. Huh? Instead of coming over here, building with your boy. Steel sharpens steel. Break bread. And let's see how we can mobilize on these characters. You understand? But you don't want to do that. You don't got a real warrior spirit any old way. But I'm not confused. I'm not dismayed. I'm not surprised. I'm not none of that. You never had a warrior spirit like that. You only had the fucking groupthink, sheep ass spirit mindset. And that's why you are who you are. Shout out to you. You understand? Now, fuck all that. Let's get back to this. Computer reality. Oh yeah, Dr. Fauci. Forgot. That we got the Dr. Fauci story. Uncle Andy, thank you. Computer reality. A biological computer is often described as a living computer. Biological is defined as pertaining to life and living things. It is a computer that can work out solutions without being told exactly how to do it. These are now being developed around the world, although naturally they are a little more than counting beads compared with the biological computer that is in the human body. Still, the principle is the same. Professor Bill Ditto is leading the biological computer research at the Georgia Institute of Technology. He says ordinary computers need absolutely correct information every time to come to the right answer. We hope a biological computer will come to the correct answer based on partial information by filling in the gaps itself. Put most simply, biological computers have the ability to, up to a point, to think for themselves. This is true of the body on a far more advanced scale. And the problem is that we are allowing it to think for us too. We have become entrapped by the illusion that our body is who we are, and therefore we believe that all the thoughts and emotions of the body are ours. Not necessarily so. In fact, if we are talking about higher levels of infinite awareness, never so. I would update the Albert Einstein quote at the top of this chapter and say, the true value of a human being can be found in the in the degree to which he has obtained liberation from the computer self, the various parts of a computer mirror the workings of the body because in theme they are the same. The body computer system is based upon the DNA genetic network that communicates information between cells among many things. Let's stop right there. That anytime a electron leaves or enters another cell, it creates this what we call synapse, which is in a charge, is electrical charge, right? That is always happening because your cells always have to communicate with each other. So this is always happening. So there's always a certain amount of electricity running through your body, which can create this field, this electromagnetic field, naturally. Now, let's keep going. The various parts of computer mirror the workings of the body because in theme they are the same. The body computer system is based upon the DNA genetic network that communicates information between the cells and many other things. When the communication is working well, we are healthy. Okay. Because the right information is reaching the right cells at the right time. All right. It is this communication network that responds to dis-ease or heals cuts and bruises and releases chemicals or absorbs toxins as necessary to maintain the balance and react to the challenge and change. Facts. When this system breaks down, the instructions become scrambled like a mobile phone breaking up. And then body malfunctions. We call this illness, be it physical, mental, or emotional. Now we're talking. Now we're talking about a different species that would come down, that would be down here on this planet and understand that if we could manipulate the communication or the code in their DNA, then they would not send the right information, and then we can manufacture disease. And then hello AIDS, hello HIV, hello. Huh? Monkeypox. "24 hours for you. 24 hours for you." When this system breaks down, the instructions become scrambled like a mobile phone breaking up, and the body malfunctions. We call this illness, be it physical, mental, or emotional. Now, I just mentioned the physical part, but what these scientists have figured out is that they can do this mentally and emotionally. In fact, look at what happens when the instructions passing around a desktop computer become muddled because of a virus or whatever. The computer starts to show signs of dis-ease or disharmony. At first, only its speed of reaction may be affected, and we say the computer is slow. It is slow because the information is not being communicated through the circuitry at optimum speed and efficiency. Let's just stop there. Why would any government who says they have your best interests allow certain preservatives and food ingredients to be put in your food unnecessarily, knowing that it would conflict with your biological computer? Why would this happen? Hit the like button. Huh? Tell a friend to come listen to Saladin, Truth Over Lies. Because I want real conversations. I'm not here to talk about gossip. That's what they want you talking about. They want you to be a docile idiot. Well, actually, I like to talk about politics. No, you like to talk about your frustration with the political system, which is always going to have frustrations because they're never going to do things that are rational and logical. So you're always going to be emotionally involved. It's never going to go your way. It's been hijacked. They say they have a Food and Drug Administration, and yet they allow the most poisonous things to go into the food. Hello. The virus can go on to distort communications to an extent that the computer won't even turn on anymore. Okay. What do we say at that point? My computer is dead. This is what happens when we die. Yeah, the blue screen of death, Playboy. You just come in one day and your shit is all blue, clocked out. And you know what we do? You know what we do in the technology world? When I gotta call IT, and then we wipe your shit. That's it. We take the hard drive, we wipe the hard drive. Right? Very rarely do we have to go out and buy a new hard drive. Very rarely. Whatever is causing all that shit to happen is usually in the hard drive. Encoded, embedded abstractly in the hard drive. Not on the physical. It has nothing to do with the plate that's spinning. None of that. Wipe the whole shit clean. Wipe it clean. Wipe the whole shit clean, Playboy. Now you reincarnated. You're back down here. Will you do the same thing? It depends on the user of the fucking hard drive. It depends on the user of this astronaut body. You may come back down here, get in the body, and guess what? You on fuckboy time again. You down here back on this planet, up to your old ways. No type of sexual restraint. Out here catching venereal disease a mile a minute. You understand? This is you. This is the type of fuck shit you into. You don't care nothing about doing things a particular way to get to 113 Murdoch. You still on some old trying to get to Murdoch through Fleet Street shit. Heard you. In truth, we don't die because we can't. We are infinite awareness. Energy cannot be destroyed or created. It can only be transferred. In truth, we don't die because we can't. We are infinite awareness, not a body. It is our computer that dies when either its communication system has broken down and is no longer able to function, or consciousness chooses to withdraw from this reality and end the experience. Here you go. Consciousness provides the power source to animate the computer, to plug it in the mains, if you like. And so when it does, the plug is pulled. What happens when you drop a computer from a great height? It doesn't work anymore. It dies. What happens when a person is dropped from a great height? The same. What happens when a computer virus destroys the operating system of a computer? It doesn't work anymore. It dies. What happens when a virus, cancer, or other malfunction destroys the operating system of the body? The same. What happens when the memory of a computer fails? It becomes confused and unable to respond to instructions and information as it could before. What happens when this happens to a human being? It's called Alzheimer's or mental illness. A computer goes into sleep mode when it is inactive and resting. So does the body. The analogies go on, as they must when we are talking about the same basic phenomena and operating principles. I've told you before, the human is the first computer. The human is the first computer. Shout out to Original Man in the building. The point to emphasize again, however, is that we don't die and we don't get Alzheimer's or mental illness. The body computer does. In the same way a computer operator at the keyboard does not get the computer virus. What we refer to as mental handicap is not a problem with our infinite awareness. It is damage. It is a damaged computer. You can be the best computer operator on the planet, but if your machine can't process your input, you cannot make it work to full potential. Stop right there. I just really want to send an empathetic tone to all the fathers and mothers who have to deal with the reality that their offspring may have been compromised cognitively, right? Because they trusted the people that they were told to trust. And they said, "Don't trust us. We, groupthink, right? You're not an anti-vaxxer, are you? You don't want to say no. Trust the science." Then you trust the science. And I believe you when you tell me, "No, I know my child. My child was fine until I gave him this." And then all of a sudden, cognitively, they're not the same. And I watched them turn into this other person now classified as an autistic being. It's called the Stanley Milgram experiment. Everyone down here is not your friend. They don't have your best interests. These people are playing funny games on people. That's only funny to them. It's not funny to everyone else. But bigger than all that, the Stanley Milgram experiment wanted to measure how people would listen to people in a white coat. People who are determined to be authority. So a guy in a white coat told another guy, "Keep shocking this person." He told him, keep shocking him until he thought the person was dead on the other side. You have to understand, when you take a child out of high school and you put them into a collegiate environment, and first of all, even for them to have reached that point, they've showed some possibility that they know how to follow instructions up until that point. Otherwise, they would not have been a candidate for college. They know how to follow. They have some type of record of showing that they are possible of following instructions. Then that person matures into a scientist, a doctor. They're just doing what they were taught to do. A lot of them, it's not that they know. They're given instructions from a higher authority. They're being told what to do and how to do it from a higher authority. You are upset because you know something isn't right, and you take it out and you say, "You doctors are full of shit." And possibly they are full of shit. But they don't know why they're full of shit. They haven't even recognized, they haven't been taught to cure the root cause of a disease, but only to put a band-aid on the symptoms of a disease. They haven't even caught on to that. And by the time they catch on, they spent so much money in medical school and they're so invested in the perception of being a doctor. I'm not giving up this life now to live like a pauper, nigga. Now, if you want to talk about buying some of this Ozempic, then we got something to talk about. But if you ain't talking about buying no Ozempic, nigga, I don't got nothing to talk about. I'm not going to feel sorry for becoming a doctor. I'm rich, you're poor. What? And we get another splinter of us against them. I want people to understand it all and understand how everyone is being used to manipulate some things. You understand? Even when they don't even know they're being used. So if you did find my channel, you found a good thing. God bless you. I have no idea where they have me ranked. Where they... I don't know. I don't know what they do. They just... Some days I get hundreds of views. Some days I get thousands. Whatever. Stay true to yourself. You understand? We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. I'm here for the long haul. I hope this is not a 6-hour live, but who the fuck knows? All I know is I'm not done. I'm not done. So if you have to go handle your business. Go run your errands. You understand? You got to go to the food line to get some macaroni salad. Whatever. That's why we got replay. All right, let's get back into this. Where were we? Right here. We say we can't make a computer do what it could do before, especially as it gets old and worn out. What do we say about our bodies as they age? I can't do what I used to do. This is a fact. I can't do what I used to do. Shout it out, original man. Shout it out. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Uncle Andy, I see you. I appreciate y'all. We just here doing what we do. Huh? Vibing. I can't do what I used to do. Note that we use the term I for the body when we say things. The body computer is not who we are. We are consciousness, awareness. All that has always been, is, and ever shall be. We are infinite awareness and not finite computer. And once we confuse the two, our sat-nav can think a prison is an open road. Whew, God damn. That was cold, because there are people who think that, right? I remember growing up, and if you haven't been to prison, then they literally called you a bitch ass nigga, right? And then it's like you would be in circles like, yeah, but you ain't never been to prison, nigga. Yo, that shit'll come out of nowhere. Like, what? Yo, they know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Only the real can relate. What? What are you talking about? Your sat nav is off, nigga. Did you just say but I ain't never been to prison, so I'm a bitch ass nigga? Oh, God. We are infinite awareness, not finite computer. And once we confuse the two, our sat nav can think a prison is an open road. Our world is structured to make us confuse the two, because then we are controllable and suppressible. Oh, damn. A computer is programmed to respond to a set of instructions or software. It has a circuit board or a motherboard to communicate the electrical signals to its various parts. And the key processor of information through the network is called a microprocessor, or what? A CPU, the central processing unit. A computer has a memory called what? The hard drive, and a virtual memory called RAM that holds information while the computer is in use. What you want to keep within this virtual memory is then transferred to the hard drive when you press save. Let's talk, David Icke. Computers also have a software to protect them from being destabilized by viruses and other external attacks. These are called what? Firewalls and antivirus programs like Norton Antivirus. The body computer operates in basically the same way. It has a hard drive, virtual memory, circuit board, and antivirus software. Let's talk about it. The genetic hard drive. The body's hard drive is comprised of deoxyribonucleic acid, or better known as DNA, in cells. As we shall see, the cells are like computer chips. The two spiraling strands of DNA in the cells are recognized to be the body's genetic library that carry and download through procreation. Stop right there, my boy. These record labels got you out here singing about having loose, promiscuous sex as if that is the thing to do. They got our females out here talking about riding and sucking cock and how they will take initiation in this. Hey, I want to do that now. Right? They got the male gender. He's totally confused. But the ones that are into females, he doesn't respect a goddamn thing on this planet. He don't respect himself, obviously. He don't respect women. He don't respect his mother. He thinks every woman is a bitch. He addresses them as so, these bitches. Good God, man. I can only take so much. I don't want to hear that over and over again. You addressing them as this. What are you talking about? I must leave now. I must leave now. Ah, you a soft ass nigga. Yes, I'll be that. But I can't stay around this. You are compromised. You are filled with a virus of hate and blackness and disorganized dysfunction, chaos, and ignorance. And in fact, if you was able to get on one accord with one of these so-called bitches, you don't understand their power, they don't understand yours. Y'all definitely don't understand the power y'all have together as a unit. For one cannot be without the other. This is not a riddle from Rumpelstiltskin. God damn it, this is science, you doofus. 1 + 1 is 3, stupid. But because the music done told you also, hey, it's cool to get intoxicated sometime, man. Go out there and get intoxicated, baby. Live free. You want some hippie shit, right? You don't fuck around, hit a dose, you hanging around niggas. All of a sudden, you experimenting you into some gay shit. Okay, well, now you got a different reality on your hands, don't you? Now you into some gay shit. I'm not here to judge. All I know is that life cannot go on with two gays. If everyone decided to be homosexual today, nigga, life stops. A billion year of life stops in 100 years. It's over. It's over, Rover. Just like that, the dance stops. The last dance. And I, for one, always wanted the last dance to be a fucking slow jam. You understand? I come from there, nigga. I'm not leaving this bitch without slow dancing with somebody, female, that I had my eye on this whole goddamn time. And you motherfucking right. I've been scared to talk to her. But I bet you I have the confidence to. If the DJ play that last song, the slow joint, I don't give a fuck if it's a yes or a no. I'm not spending the rest of the night in the bed thinking about what if I would have went over to her, would she have danced with me? Nigga, I'm about to find out. And if she lets me dance with me, you goddamn right, I'm gonna get handsy. Huh? Fuck. Getting handsy, nigga. The hands is gonna start on the waist and then who knows? Shout out to the heterosexuals in the crowd. Shout out to the heterosexuals in the crowd. But again, certain things are passed down. I said 1 + 1 is 3. That means man and woman. right? Now, when you out here and you just having sex willy-nilly, then you have children. I don't think I really mind you having sex willy-nilly. I don't give a fuck. But it's the children part that hurts me. Why? For two reasons. That child definitely did not ask to be brought to this planet only for you to not give a fuck about them. Crazy. Crazy. Secondly, now you done brought another person that we all gonna be responsible for in some form or fashion, and this person is not following the goddamn rules, right? But in hip hop, today's hip hop, not the original hip hop, it's okay not to fucking follow none of the rules. We if you do follow the rules, you're a bitch ass nigga that don't understand. We always gonna go back to that. Nah, you ain't like us. I'm saying though, you different. Yeah, because I don't want to go in and out of prison. I don't want my children to go in and out of prison. You ain't say one goddamn nice thing about that place you keep telling me about. That you keep bragging to me about. You didn't say one motherfucking thing that I heard. That the heat is always at a stable environment. You understand? And the food, man, they feet, bro. You gotta, we got the top chefs in that bitch. You understand? So that's what's going on there. Don't nobody fuck with nobody. You understand? So your vibration is always on a high there. You know what I'm saying? So all you really got time to do is really learn, work out. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's bothering you. You eat good. You know what I'm saying? I lost a ton of weight. My doctor's proud as shit of me. You understand? The best thing is your mental is always in a good place. It's the best place to go if you're trying to re-strengthen your mental health. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good place. You can find love in that bitch. You understand? They got females on and they let females in, and I don't hear none of this shit. None of it. I hear the exact opposite. In fact, my boy, I hear that shit could get ridiculously hot, which is how my man passed away in Rikers. Damn near burnt to death, caught a heart attack. Or the shit could get ridiculously cold, which I heard Corey King tell a story how he was snuggled up with some other nigga trying to stay warm and letting them know, like, yo, we not gay, we just snuggled up. I don't want to be in a position to even have this conversation, my nigga. How about I just want a job or another way to make money so I'm not put in that bitch? Or I'm not out here doing ridiculous, stupid shit to get caught for a stupid ass, buster ass crime that never had to take place. So that I could be put in these environments where your emotional and mental frequencies are off the Richter scale, bouncing all over the place. You don't know who you about to kill, right? Your hand is always on your grip, ready to take somebody's life, and then you go to sleep for a few hours when you could go to sleep because people always yelling and the demons is coming out, and then you wake back up to the same fucking torture and hell. Why would you make this place seem fucking cool? But getting back to my point about DNA. DNA is not only physical characteristics. The DNA is information. So the information about your characteristics and your phenotypes will be passed down. But it is also the information that is in your body, right? So that could be, your father's a fucking liar and a degenerate. Hello. Some of that's getting passed down. It might balance out with your mom's being okay, but who the fuck knows? She could be a whore and a liar as well. You understand? Your father's high-tempered and likes to beat on women. This shit could get passed down to you. It's DNA. It's code. You're not just passing down physical traits is my point. The two spiraling strands of DNA in the cells are recognized to be the body's genetic library that carry and download through the procreation the codes of our physical characteristics. But that is only part of the role of DNA. We have some 120 billion miles of the stuff, and it can store more than 100 trillion times more information than any device that human science can construct. The principles are the same between the body and the desktop computer, but they are light years apart when it comes to scale, potential, and sophistication. That's right. Nothing is beating the biological computer science. Nothing. Professor George Church downloaded an audio, a digital book 70 million times to a few grams of DNA. So he was able to convert ones and zeros into deoxyribonic nucleic acid DNA. That code. He was able to convert the digital zeros and ones into that. But then he was able to reconvert it back and upload it back. Woo! We don't understand our capabilities. And when you don't know about yourself, someone else knows. They're going to take advantage of you. Another point to emphasize about DNA is how little established science knows about it. Some 95 to 97% of DNA is referred to as junk DNA because scientists have no idea what it does. Think about that. We each have 120 billion miles of DNA, and yet up to 97% is a mystery to science, who have the nerve to tell us how we should and should not treat our bodies. The bodies they are thoroughly ignorant about. We should remember that scientists and intellectuals don't have to be conscious in terms of infinite awareness, and the trouble is that the overwhelming majority of them are not. Their intellect mostly comes from the computer level of thought. How often is it that the greatest breakthroughs have come not through the intellect primarily, but through intuitive hunch? That's right. The hunch is then followed up by the intellect, right? The Wright brothers. The Wright brothers had a feeling we could fly, and then they used their intellect to see if it was a valid hunch. Our hunches, our intuition and inspiration, or what I call knowing, come from infinite awareness, not intellect. The scientific and intellectual professions like teachers, university lecturers, those in media are awash within unconscious people, along with some very frustrated conscious one. This is why science has found itself at so many dead ends when it comes to explaining reality. They are programmed thinkers rather than inspired. Check this out. Right? And we're almost done here. I'll probably read that last part right here. But for us not to be paying our teachers $100,000, every fucking teacher, is ridiculous. Because if we have the money to pay a correctional officer 6 figures, then obviously we have the money to pay a teacher 6 figures. This is just elementary. This is just, come on, what are we talking about? But you like the fact that our teachers are burnt out, they feel frustrated, they come to work, do the bare minimum, because you want a nation full of workers and not thinkers, and you've already told us this. This is why when science has found itself at so many dead ends when it comes to explaining reality, they are programmed thinkers rather than inspired. All-knowing awareness, and as body believers, they come from the perspective of a body reality. The five senses. A true scientific genius, Nikola Tesla, who died in 1943, said, "The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, and it will make more progress in one decade than in all previous centuries of its existence. To so many, it can't be seen, heard, touched, smelled, or tasted. It can't exist." There you go. There you go. All right, here we're winding down to the bitter end of this thing. Here we go. The inference of them. Oh no, the inference of the term junk DNA is that it is surplus to requirements and has no purpose. The very idea of which is mind-boggling ridiculous. One of the major roles of this so-called junk DNA is to connect with other realms of reality and communicate, and amplify information. Let me read that again. One of the major roles of this so-called junk DNA is to connect with other realms of reality and to receive, communicate, and amplify information, much like a broadcast transmitter receiver. Scientists don't know everything, so I take offense when they try to tell me to follow some shit that they're just stumbling upon, and very cautiously, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Hence, Dr. Fauci just murdering millions with his bullshit. They won't tell you the truth because they don't want to acknowledge the intangible part, the non-physical part of your reality. And because they can't explain it, they definitely don't want to really go into that. The DNA's shape and crystalline structures make it perfect for this, as I'll come to in the next chapter. It is also vital to realize that DNA in all forms of life, from a human to a mouse, to a flower, to a fish, to a virus, is basically the same. All DNA is comprised of the same four codes known as adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, or AGCT. The only difference between a flower and a human is the order in which these four codes are put together. And very small differences in the coding can produce massive differences in physical characteristics. The DNA distinction between a human body and a mouse is marginal compared with the fundamental differences in physical form. If you have seen the Matrix movie trilogy, you will appreciate how the DNA code sequence in figure 3 right here looks like the computer codes featured in those films. It is not only the human body that is a biological computer system. So, of course, are all forms of life in this reality that we call the world. Everything you see that has apparent physical form is a computer program, and a AGCT are like computer codes. Now, I do want to go on further, but we are gonna stop here for several different reasons. We're gonna stop there. Hold on one second. I'm gonna read a couple of these. I don't think that's what I was looking for at all. Give me a second. I'm looking for something. What am I looking for, though? Is the big question. Oh, okay. I see what's going there. All right. Let me see what's going on here. All right, thanks for everybody for popping out with your boy. We did It's crazy to do 1,800 on a topic that I didn't even think we could really do anything. I didn't know if they was gonna. Hold on, let me see what happens when I do this. There we go. It goes back. I didn't know what they was gonna do. Right? I do shows and they let 43 people see the whole show. So, today I just said, obviously I'm doing me, and I want to teach the people, and I'm surprised they let that many people over. Beyond UTV. Don't forget to download Beyond UTV. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you, Uncle Andy. Appreciate you, man. Today was a long day, but we got it done. Peace out.